It was a wild week. Obviously, we have a ridiculous amount to talk about, but first thing that I want to do is actually look at the injury updates that we have. I mean, it has been a little bit disappointing in terms of the news that's come out over the past 24 hours. So one, I was really hoping that Joe Mixon would be good to go for this next week. Obviously, practice not this past Friday, but the Friday before. However, it looks like yet again, we may be without Joe Mixon. And then people were upset that we had ranked Nico Collins as the wide receiver 8 in our rest of season rankings last night. Obviously, we update our rest of season rankings on the site every single day. If you want to go over there and you want to check it out, flockfantasy.com, hit the little sort by. You can hit Mason Dodd, and then it'll go ahead and sort my rest of season ranks. And we had put Nico Collins down here at 8 behind guys like Drake London, Malik Neighbors, A.J. Brown. Primary reason being is, okay, well, if you're going to be without Collins for the next few weeks, give me the receivers, especially that are already through their bye coming back from injuries like A.J. Brown. And honestly, I am probably going to move Nico Collins behind Tyreek Hill, because if now we have no Nico Collins for the next few weeks, say we have no Tua for the next few weeks, but then once Nico comes back, if Tua's coming back, then at that point, give me Tyreek plus the thing. You'll have Tyreek through his bye already. So to be honest with you, I'm going to do that right now. Let's go ahead. Let's update our ranking with Nico Collins. Rest of season, we're going to be putting Tyreek Hill ahead of Collins at 8. Obviously, Collins still looks phenomenal. Still an absolute stud alpha wide receiver with phenomenal quarterback play. So I don't want to be moving Nico Collins down too much, because this still should be a top 5 wide receiver when healthy. It just sucks in terms of the timing of this injury you're having to deal with. A.J. Brown, Devonta Smith going to be returning this week. That was expectation, right? Perfect time buy for A.J. Brown to get 100% healthy. As you can tell, we have A.J. Brown, wide receiver 5 in our rest of season rankings. If you're looking at Devonta Smith, we've moved Smith up to a wide receiver 16. And honestly, when we say up to, he never changed in the first place. So honestly, nothing really does change there. I'm going over to what we have with some other updates. Xavier Legette considered day-to-day. Great news with Legette. Great news for my underdog teams. I've actually drafted a considerable amount of Xavier Legette, so this potentially does save me here a bit. Anthony Richardson will remain the Colts starting quarterback when healthy. I mean, I think this is expectation, right? I don't necessarily know if anybody's coming out saying, oh, okay, yeah, Joe Flacco looked great. Flacco's going to be the starter going into the future. No, we know the job is A-Rich's. So that's why in that video we had today where we were looking at our rankings of Michael Pittman Jr. and Josh Downs rest of season. Well, obviously they look great with Flacco when the passing volume is going to come down dramatically. I still have Pittman in the same range as like Dell, Kirk, Ladd, Addison. Like not super exciting. And then going over to Josh Downs, we have Josh Downs in the same range as like DeAndre Hopkins, Jacoby Myers, Dontavian Wicks, Keon Coleman. Clearly Downs would be a lot higher if you were expecting that you were going to have specifically Flacco in, but that's just not the case. Schultz coming out says Raiders seeking a 2nd-round pick for Devontae Adams. So, I mean, yeah, with Adams, I think the expectation is he probably doesn't play another game with the Raiders. The Raiders are going out there losing games to Denver, and they're literally underdogs in those contests. The wheels have fallen off for the Raiders. Looking at Devontae Adams going into the future, not too much does change until we get confirmation of where his landing spot is. I mean, if he does end up going to Baltimore, which I know some people have speculated on, could be a great real life fit, but from a fantasy football perspective, it would kind of be disastrous. But I mean, he's stuck in a horrible offense regardless. And then I think that should be it in terms of the relevant injury updates. Obviously, we can sit here and recap what happened yesterday, which we'll do with a lot of these teams that we are looking in this live stream, but don't want to be doing that based off Twitter. And yeah, let's move this over. We're going to get into a free team review from Da Bugelson. My friend, thank you for being a member of the flock. Really excited to go ahead and check this team out for you. Sorry it took us so long to go ahead and link your team and making sure that everything was working perfectly. But of course, real quick before you get into it, if y'all ever wanted to get a team review, if you ever wanted to get a start sit question or anything like that, it's all through flockfantasy.com. We're doing the live stream literally every single night. Just go over to the site and hit this comment button in the top right corner that says expert advice. There you can ask a team review, trade question, start sit question, whatever you are wanting. And you don't even have to be in the live stream. You don't even have to attend a live stream to ask one of these questions and get an answer, because we're actually going to send you your answer directly through the site with the clip of me answering your question. So yeah, I mean, you can ask it when you're watching this later. You can ask it when you're going, oh, okay, maybe I'll stop by the live stream tonight. But even if you don't, you're going to be completely fine, because that answer will be sent directly to you. And if you wanted that team review, definitely the cheapest way to get it is taking advantage of the offer that we have with Underdog Fantasy. Over there on Underdog Fantasy, if you use promo code FLOCK, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, with promo code FLOCK, you will actually be getting a free pick whenever you sign up. If you sign up before the Monday night game, you're going to be getting the free, Patrick Mahomes pick. We need to go ahead and we need to update that little graphic there. But yeah, if you sign up after the Monday night game, it will be a different player, but you're going to get a free pick, more than less than half total yard, no matter what. Similar to how people last night got the free Dak Prescott pick, but just make sure you set up an account on flogfantasy.com with the same email address as your account on Underdog. That way I can go ahead and hook you up with that free team review voucher, similar to what we are doing here for Dot Boogleson, saying we need better running back depth. So right here, this is the third team in the league analyzer. If you're looking at the other top teams here, it's not like we are dramatically behind the 8 ball. It's not like you're in a spot where people are significantly better than you. There is that little bit of gap from the teams at 1 and 2 down to us, but it's not the end of the world. And looking at the squad, it is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. So with this being a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, I'm sure you've heard me say this 1,000 times by now, but specifically in this kind of format, we're not really trying to optimize for depth, particularly around the wide receiver position. And yeah, we would rather build out the depth of guys like Zach Charbonnet, Braylon Allen, where if an injury were to occur in front of them, then all of a sudden they turn into a league-winning option, rather than the player like Josh Downs, where really he's just kind of a desperation play because you can only start so many receivers. And going through and looking at this at quarterback, we are sitting with a true elite level name. At quarterback, we do have Jaden Daniels. Daniels, every single week, like clockwork, is giving you at least 20 fantasy points. On top of this, with Jaden Daniels, not only are you having the ridiculous rushing production, 4 rushing touchdowns through the first 5 games, about 50 plus rushing yards per contest as well, but he's been a hyper efficient passer. So I've actually moved Jaden Daniels up to QB3 overall in our rest of season rankings here. I actually moved him ahead of someone like Josh Allen just because from a fantasy football perspective, the rushing upside, he has been, pretty much the most consistent option you could ever find. Then going over to what we have at running back, we are currently sitting with Jahmyr Gibbs, Zach Charbonnet, Braylon Allen, Tyler Algier, and Trey Sermon. So these are exactly the kind of running back depth pieces that we want to be rostering, where yes, we may be in a spot that a running back 2 is weak in the short term, but if we were to get a situational change for one of these guys, such as Bijan goes down, such as Breece goes down, such as Walker goes down, then all of a sudden we have an elite RB2 that we're able to start every single week, regardless of the matchup. And if we're dominating at quarterback, tight end, and wide receiver at the same time, then really it just puts us in a position where it's going to be hard for our league mates to even compete with us. Now, obviously, we still want to be turning the bottom end of this bench. We still want to be picking up guys like Trey Sermon, because when we get that confirmation that, oh, okay, this player is going to have that baseline role, we can go through and we can start him and expect a relatively decent floor. Then at that point, it can kind of cover us if we don't have the running back 2 that looks like Tony Pollard. We don't have the running back 2 that's just going to be a safe production from a week-to-week perspective. Now, going over to what we have at wide receiver, we have an elite wide receiver 1 about to come back in A.J. Brown. We have a DK Metcalf, a plug-and-play guy, wide receiver 2 every week. We have Terry McLaurin, a strong flex option. Now, obviously, maybe you could have made an argument, oh, okay, well, let's sell Dontavian Wicks and Zach Charbonnet, and let's go get a running back 2 upgrade that way. But it's a little bit too late to do just that. You probably would have had to done that, say, 48 hours ago, right, when everybody was getting freaking pumped for Dontavian Wicks, given the situation that you had in Green Bay. Now it is a little less appealing just because you're not going to be getting as much. I think in reality, there's probably not a trade here that makes a ton of sense unless you feel comfortable with Dontavian Wicks as your wide receiver 3. And in that case, if you could trade, say, Terry McLaurin and Zach Charbonnet to just get a bona fide stud there as your running back 2, That could be interesting. Definitely not something that you're having to do, however. And then looking at tight end, we have Sam Laporta and Tyler Conklin. So now that we're through the Laporta bye, I definitely think it opens up the ability for you to drop Tyler Conklin and pick up another running back off the waiver wire. Go get somebody that you think could potentially be the next Jordan Mason or even the next Trey Sermon, right? Just somebody that we are okay to start every week, that the player in front of them is out. You just want to be churning through these running backs, stepping into opportunity rather than going through and rostering a backup tight end such as Tyler Conklin, where really we're never going to be playing him over Sam Laporta. And even if you decided to do just that, the raw expectation that you're going to be getting is maybe an additional half a point per game at the very best. But obviously Laporta should outscore him anyway. And if Laporta were to get injured, then you can just go to the waiver wire and pick up another tight end at that point. That looks exactly like Tyler Conklin. So in terms of trades to be made on this team, I actually don't necessarily see many. I think that we have the anchor RB that's going to help us out, especially through the bye week going into the future. Maybe this team did end up being 3-2 after this past week because obviously Charbonnet let down, Braylon Allen let down. I'm assuming these, actually, no, you probably started Trey Sermon over one of these running backs. But regardless, we had no A.J. Brown. We had no Jahmyr Gibbs. We had no Sam Laporta. Must have been a really tough week. We're either 3-2, where we're still pretty much on pace to make it to the playoffs, or you're potentially 4-1, where we can definitely just focus in on long-term upside. But yeah, in terms of trades, I think it's a very well-balanced roster for this format. The main thing that I would look to do is just let go of Tyler Conklin, pick up another running back off the waiver wire, and really roll from there. But I do appreciate you. Really hope that I was able to help you out in some way with this. And as always, if there's anything I can do for you, don't hesitate to let me know. And let me move this over and answer some of the free questions that we have in the live chat. Please, if you have any questions, drop them in the chat. Would be happy to try to get to as many as I can for you. Let's see. Buddy says, chat, I'm up 30 and my opponent has Kelsey. Do y'all think I'm cooked? Of course you know you are going to win. If Kelsey, what's the most Kelsey's given you so far this year? It was last week. I don't even know if Kelsey eclipsed 20 points last week. Clearly you're crushing, even with the Rashee Rice injury. Absolutely no hesitation. Austin says, my team's in shambles. I dropped less than 80. Well, RIP, my guy. I will say that I actually had the highest scoring game of my week so far this year, where I scored, I believe, 154. I lost in the literal craziest way you could ever imagine. You'll see it in the Flock League. It's literally like it was written in a movie or something. Sucks. It is what it is. It's, I guess it is what we have to deal with at this point. But I don't know. My fault for allowing the most points scored. Even if we scored the second most points of the week, that just means we have to play better defense and we have to have a better game plan coming into the week. Okay. Ankle Bully says, everything in the trade finder on flockfantasy.com is for a quarterback in return. Did we push out an update that messed with something? Obviously, we are pushing out updates on flockfantasy.com literally every single day. So if you ever see anything that looks a little bit off, please let me know. I'd be happy to check it out. Let's say, oh, okay, I want to look at trades that involved Rome. What trades involved Rome? Rome, Najee were traded for Henry and JSN today. Braylon Allen, Rome, traded for Deebo Samuel. Rome, Jacoby, somebody traded Rome for Whittington. So, no, I think you're wrong, my guy. The trade finder is working just fine on the site. And obviously, that trade finder is completely free for anybody who wants. Cool Man says, are we streaming until we get a Rashee update? Yes, we'll be streaming until we get a Rashee update. Now, William says, what are your projections on Olave today for a full PPR format? I don't put out exact projections. I had Olave ranked as a wide receiver 2 going into this week. If you wanted to see some pretty exact projections, right now on Underdog, you have Olave for higher, lower 16.5 total yards, higher, lower 5 receptions, higher, lower 11.25 fantasy points in a half PPR formats. Obviously, we were promoting today. I really like the Olave higher than 59.5 total yards, but that does look like it got moved up to 60.5. Okay, Fat Swish says Patrick Mahomes with an interception tonight. It's been happening so far this season. Cooprod says, where the sportsbook saying Adams are going. I haven't seen any odds out. Connor says, Kincaid or Kraft rest of season in a standard league. I've actually been debating this myself. I would love to get y'all's feedback on this, because if you are looking at Dalton Kincaid, I mean, clearly it has been extremely disappointing. Really, the volume hasn't even been consistent there either with Kincaid. So if you look at where we moved our rest of season ranks, I put Kincaid tight end 7 rest of season. We have Tucker Kraft tight end 8. So I have them back to back. Obviously, Tucker Kraft has been much better so far this year. And if you were to have no Romeo Doubs and no Christian Watson through the rest of the season, I would prefer Tucker Kraft. But knowing that Watson and Doubs will come back and maybe steal a few more targets here, I don't know if it's as easy as a spot. Okay. Now let's move this back over. Somebody says, should I trade Nico Collins if I am 1-4? Most likely, yes. If you are 1-4, it does suck, but obviously we need to be focusing on trying to win games right this second. If Nico Collins is labeled week to week, I think if you could pivot off to a wide receiver that's just going to be playing games, like if you can pivot off Nico Collins and go get Drake London, go get Malik Neighbors, go get AJ Brown, I think that would be an absolute no-brainer case. Obviously, Tyreek Hill's not as appealing of a trade target, knowing that with Hill in the short term, definitely the projection's going to be a little bit lower with no Tua in this offense as well. But yeah, on a 4-2 team, 1-4 team, I definitely think you can. But let me turn on this light because the lighting in here is not too good. I was hoping I could get away without a light. Okay. All right. Let's move this back over. And let's get the questions on the chat going. I'm sorry, on the site going again. Do want to reiterate, of course, you can ask any questions you want over there on flockfantasy.com, literally anytime you want. And if you wanted that free team review, just go over to Underdog Fantasy, use promo code FLOCK, make a minimum of $10 deposit. You can find the link in the description and live chat. And you'll get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. You'll get a free pick whenever you sign up as well. If you signed up before the game tonight, that will be a free Patrick Mahomes pick, more than less than half a total yard. But let's move this over for our next question. This is a starting lineup that we're looking at here. Going into this next week, I would rather have Jalen Hurts over Lawrence. Obviously, Lawrence coming off a really strong performance. Out running back, we are going to be going with Gibbs coming out of the bye. Actually, that's for the flex. We're going to switch this around. You know what? Let's just throw Joe Schmo in here. We're going to have Gibbs here at running back. Tight end Bowers. Trey Sermon if you have no Jonathan Taylor. Going down to the bench, I'm assuming that we are not going to have Cooper Kupp, which does make Jordan Whittington a somewhat appealing play. But I actually think that we go with Malik Neighbors should be back this week. So I actually think we're going to go with Keon Coleman and Darnell Mooney, under the assumption that you do have Malik Neighbors back and Wan'Dale Robinson's going to be in a worse offense than these other players. Now let's move this trade question over for Blake Furby. Here this is Achane and St. Brown versus Godwin and Bijan. So obviously, Achane dealing with his own injury. Perfect bye week timing, where obviously he wasn't playing week 6 regardless. So you get an extra week to recover for Achane. We're another week closer to us having Tua back in this offense. So to be honest with you, rest of season, while Achane has been a bum, and I don't have Achane on too many teams, and obviously we had to sell I candidate after the blow-up spot against Buffalo, yada, yada, yada. I don't care. We still go with St. Brown. We still go Achane. St. Brown is the best player in the deal, and I don't know if Achane's going to be much worse than Chris Godwin. Okay. Now, Grav NYC says, with Swift's recent outbreak, should we keep him and hope my wide receiver core gets it together or make the upgrade? We're going to make the upgrade. I mean, if you're looking at Amari Cooper, obviously the target volume has been there. He's just stuck in what has been so far this year the least efficient passing offense in the entire NFL with Deshaun Watson. Deshaun Watson may literally be worse than Bryce Young at this point, which of course is saying something. So I have DeAndre Swift on my own team, but I would absolutely love to move off of DeAndre Swift at this price. If you can pivot over to a legit RB1 in Jonathan Taylor, I think it's a no-brainer. Now, our next team review coming out from Daddy Trump says, just traded away Andy Dalton for Michael Penix. This is a Dynasty league. Obviously, Dynasty, we would way rather have Michael Penix. I'm 2-2, pretty close to a 50-50 shot to win this week. I also have an additional 2027 first if that doesn't show up from the previous trade. My main question is based around what type of moves we should be looking to make. Do I push the chips in or do we sit back? So I will say first thing is this does look to be a pretty close Dynasty league with the league analyzer, where right now we are sitting 10th in the league analyzer. But with that being said, it's not like a massive gap where you have the absolute juggernauts and you have the teams down here with no shot to do anything. It looks like a Dynasty league that probably started this year, to be honest, with how close it is. And pulling this up, this is a situation in which I think you are probably highly incentivized to build long-term if we're looking at some of these assets. Because looking at some of these players, Malik Neighbors, Brian Thomas will continue to improve and continue to gain value over time in Dynasty. These wide receivers presumably will be better in 2025 than they are right this second. Jamison Williams, a young depth piece that we can build around for the long term as well. Really at wide receiver, the only guy that you would need to pivot off of and you would need to sell if you decided to pivot over to a rebuild would be Amari Cooper. Obviously, Amari is going to be worth less this offseason than he is right now, but at the same time, probably shouldn't expect that we're going to get a ton for Amari. But this is a super flex league, right? We're at quarterback. We have Caleb, we have Lawrence, we have Michael Penix, and we have Will Levis. So it's a QB room with the long-term upside, but really nothing in the short term. Going over to running back, Bijan and Walker have been disappointing so far this year. I guess we get McBride back. So to be honest with you, I love the Michael Penix trade. I don't necessarily know if this is a situation where we should be pivoting over to a rebuild, but given the amount of young assets that we have and the amount of future firsts that we are able to accumulate, I don't know if this is a situation in which it does make sense for you to push any chips in the middle whatsoever. I think we have a young core. Our quarterback room's probably going to hold us back from competing. But say if we move over to 3-2 this week, if we go to 3-2 this week and all of a sudden Bijan Robinson starts playing better than he has been, all of a sudden Kenneth Walker is a top 10 running back consistently as well. We get Malik Neighbors back in. Brian Thomas looks like a solid wide receiver too. Trey McBride's an elite tight end. It's only a start 9 super flex league, so the depth's not going to matter too much here. You could very easily see this team contending with a young core, so I don't necessarily think we pivot over to a rebuild, but I'm definitely on the side of we're not strong enough to push our chips in and try to win right this second. I think you have a balanced approach. Let the chips fall where they will. If we lose the next couple of weeks, say we fall to 2-3, then we fall to 2-4, I would definitely be interested in possibly throwing guys like Amari Cooper on the trade block and seeing what we could potentially get, but not necessarily a spot that you need to. Okay. So let's move this over to our next question. This one's coming out from Murphy Owen. This is Brian Robinson versus Joe Mixon. Wanted to get your opinion, all the trust after 3 years following you. Really do appreciate you. Thank you so much for being with us for so long. Looking at Brian Robinson, you had 3 running backs getting used in Washington this past week. Obviously, this is now back-to-back weeks here where Jeremy McNichols has been involved. It is difficult to know exactly what the expectations are going into the future in terms of how these running backs are used. Do we have a 3-man running back by committee every week? Or is this just, hey, it was a blowout game. Brian Robinson coming off an injury. Brian Robinson will go back to being the feature back in this offense. Because if that does happen, I think you could make an argument surrounding, oh, okay, it's a great offense. Brian Robinson's the younger running back. Brian Robinson's playing games. We don't even know if Joe Mixon's going to be good to go this week. But to be honest with you, given the usage that we have with Austin Eckler, given what we saw from a healthy Joe Mixon and what also should be a very strong offense for the Houston Texans, I think I am fine going through and just taking the Joe Mixon side. Obviously, if we can wait a little bit of time here, where we don't necessarily have to go through and we don't have to make this decision right this second, I would. because I would love to get more information regarding this Joe Mixon injury. Because right now, it doesn't sound great. But at the same time, I don't know. Maybe we get word that, oh yeah, Joe Mixon's practicing on Wednesday. And if we hear, oh, Joe Mixon's practicing on Wednesday, then we can just go ahead and we can just jam the man in. Okay. So if we can wait, get confirmation on the positive end for Joe Mixon, we go with it. Clearly, Brian Robinson's the running back 1 in Washington. I think maybe you just have some smaller fishes taking little nibbles here with McNichols and Eckler, where I'm not as concerned about that with Mixon if Mixon's fully healthy. But obviously, there's a lot up in the air right now. So I wouldn't want to make this deal right this second. And this other trade says, just made this trade, wanted your opinion, all the love, my guy. So looking at this, Lamar to Kyler, give me Lamar Jackson. Lamar is my QB1 rest of season here in fantasy. Brian Robinson versus Devin Singletary. Brian Robinson by a mile. Both running backs are dealing with nagging injuries. Brian Robinson's probably the better running back. Brian Robinson's in the better offense. Brian Robinson's playing. Singletary's not. Robinson relatively easily. Looking at Devontae Adams versus Chris Godwin. I would rather have Godwin. We don't know the situation that Devontae Adams is going to go into. I was worried about drafting Devontae Adams this year anyway, given the decline that we had seen with his efficiency and his age. But to be honest with you, I think you're getting such a big win with Lamar here and such a big win with Brian Robinson. I'm completely fine tearing down at wide receiver from Godwin to Adams. So we will go ahead. We will take Lamar, Brian Robinson, Devontae Adams. Now, our next trade, or our next team we're going to be looking at, another one of these free team underdog reviews. Big AJ, love the team name, my guy says. I don't know what I should do with the team. I think I'm in good shape, but I did just trade away Drake London and Josh Jacobs for AJ Brown, which I think wasn't too bad, but now I'm a little bit worried about it. Well, first thing is, I freaking love Josh Jacobs. I think Jacobs is a 3-down running back in one of the best offenses in the league. So honestly, we definitely paid a very, very, very high price for AJ Brown. Depending on the team and depending on the league settings, though, I think you could possibly justify it. We'll see what the league settings are and what the team looks like soon. But anyway, main thing that I'm going to be focusing on first will be the starting lineup requirements and the amount of teams that are in this league. So this is a 12-team format where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So this is a league that wide receiver depth is kind of neutral. It's not a 10-team format where we can say, oh, okay, your trade to overpay for the bona fide stud is an absolute no-brainer. 100% you want to do it. No, if it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex, 12-team format, it's a little bit more of a balanced spot where I think it kind of comes down to your roster and we don't want to just spam as many 2-for-1 trades as we possibly can. Starting off at quarterback, we have the elite name in Josh Allen. Obviously, Allen has been wildly inconsistent. I have moved him behind the other quarterbacks that are going to run the ball a ton that have been more consistent. We moved him behind Lamar, behind Hurts, behind Daniels, but still Allen is the caliber of player that I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to start every week regardless of the matchup. And I don't think you need a roster of backup. So when we go down to the bench and we see Justin Fields, clearly Fields has demonstrated a ceiling where you are not needing to drop him. Like I think specifically with us having, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bench spots and the 2 IR slots, so we can effectively roster 8 players. It's not that Fields is an easy drop, but if you were able to somehow find a team that was interested in a quarterback, and if we could send them Justin Fields based off the rushing upside, maybe they get excited about that. I would look to do so. Now, going over to what we have at wide receiver. Currently at receiver, we have Stephon Diggs, AJ Brown, Jaden Reed. So we have 3 wide receivers with wide receiver 1 overall upside. Not overall in fantasy, but wide receiver top 12 upside, right? So wide receiver room's phenomenal. And honestly, I think this does make it where you can go ahead and if you wanted to, you can afford to quote unquote overpay for the stud wide receiver like AJ Brown coming back from his injury, coming back from the bye, looks to be 100%. Stephon Diggs gets the bump with the Nico Collins injury. And the thing is the depth here as well, where we have Brian Thomas, we have Xavier Legette, we have Keenan Allen. If you're in a spot where we are benching Brian Thomas, then yes, I think you can afford to make that deal where you go ahead and where you quote unquote overpay to bring in AJ Brown. So honestly, having Brian Thomas on the bench is the one reason I'm good with it. Going over to running back, we have Jordan Mason and James Conner as must-start players every single week in the short term. Long term, maybe you're a little bit concerned given the McCaffrey comeback. And yeah, McCaffrey down here on the IR. So honestly, it doesn't even matter that you maybe have a little concern here with Jordan Mason in the long term because you're going to be just fine regardless. So running back's great. We have Jonathan Brooks here as well. So even if you were to get an injury to James Conner, even if Trey Benson were to expand his role later in the year, we are still going to be chilling here with Jonathan Brooks able to come in. And then going over to tight end, we just picked up a phenomenal tight end off the waiver wire in Tucker Kraft. Kraft is tight end 8 for me in my rest of season ranks. We have Evan Ingram as well for the long-term upside. So I think it's a great team. Actually, after looking at the team, even if we definitely quote-unquote overpaid for AJ Brown, knowing that you're going to have to go through and you have to bring up, say, Jonathan Brooks from the IR relatively soon, we're going to have to open up some roster spots anyway. I think it made sense for you to make that 2-for-1 deal, overpay for the stud receiver. The guy that we're going to cut if we are going to bring Brooks off the IR soon will be Justice Hill. Especially knowing that Keaton Mitchell may be coming back later. So even if Henry were to go down, it's still probably a committee backfield regardless. So then you cut Hill, bring Brooks back in. If Evan Ingram comes back and he flashes, then obviously we don't need both Evan Ingram and Kraft. You could look to trade one and a 2-for-1 deal to upgrade at running back over someone like James Conner. But I think it's a great team. I think you're in a great spot. And yeah, I was very hesitant when you told me the AJ Brown trade, but after looking at the team, I definitely think you can get away with it. But let's move this over. And reminder, if you haven't done so already, please hit that like button in the live stream. We're live streaming for 5 hours every single day, answered as many questions as we can. When we hit 200 likes on the stream, we're going to pivot over and answer a bunch of the free questions in the live chat. But Jordan, always out here with the start sit question, says, Bucky and Kraft are on the waiver wire. Drop anybody for them, and who should we prioritize between the two? I would drop Mark Andrews for Tucker Kraft right this second. And in terms of Bucky Irving, looks like we already have him on the team, so I guess we were already able to pick him up. And yeah, I think just the easy drop here would be Andrews. And I don't know if we would drop anybody else on the team for Bucky Irving, to be honest. Or you could drop Evan Ingram and just roll with Tucker Kraft going in the future. Kraft looks like he's going to absolutely crush. Now, Eric Arisian says Amonra Dog. I don't get the team name, but it is what it is. Be happy to check this out. Says Mason, my guy, let me know what you think of the squad. Hook 'em horns. Hook 'em horns. I just got the coolest UT hat and UT jersey. I'm gonna show y'all this real quick. Let me grab it, y'all. I think you'll like it. Okay, we are back. Okay, it's Raw Dog. That's what the team name was about. But anyway, looking at this UT hat, come on. Went to the co-op yesterday. Got us a little something. Pretty sick. This is what is awesome, though. We got us an Arch Manning jersey. Tell me that is not sick. Could not. Honestly, let's get this bad boy up. Can we get this up? I don't know how else we can show this. Maybe we cover the helmet with the Manning jersey. But let's move this back over. Going to be excited to go ahead and check out your team. Thank you so much for being a member of the flock. But this is the third team in the league analyzer. Looking at the league analyzer, the top 4 teams are all about the same, right? This is our real competition. Beyond this, you just have a significant fall off to everybody else. This is a 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. So every chance we get to make a 2-for-1 deal and improve inside the starting lineup, we want to be doing just that. Going over to what we have at quarterback, we are currently sitting with Jaden Daniels and Dak Prescott. So, I mean, if you could potentially take Dak Prescott, package him in a 2-for-1 deal, maybe with like Jackson Smith and Jigba, and get a wide receiver upgrade, I mean, it would just be an absolute no-brainer considering the fact that you are sitting here with, I don't know, the top 3 quarterback in fantasy, someone we're starting every single week. So, yeah, I mean, if you could get some value from Dak in a 2-for-1 deal to upgrade at receiver, we would, but it is clearly much easier said than done. Now, going over to what we have at running back, we are currently sitting with Kyron Williams, a locked and loaded RB1 based off volume. And the offense may be getting better here as well, which is really exciting to see. We have Josh Jacobs, locked and loaded RB2 based off of volume. Love to see it. Great offense here that I think is going to get better. We have Aaron Jones getting injured as our RB3, which obviously the Jones injury sucks, but if he is our third running back here, it's not going to be the end of the world. We have Charbonnet as quality depth. We have Kareem Hunt as quality depth. We have Emmanuel Wilson. I mean, these guys at the bottom end that if an injury were to occur in front of them, they do kind of become must-start players, and that's exactly what we want when we have the solid options we can start every week down there on the bench anyway. Now, going over to what we have at wide receiver. We are sitting with an anchor wide receiver 1 in Amon-Ra St. Brown. Love to see it. We have Puka Nacua for the long-term upside, Jackson Smith and Jigba, Rashid Shaheed, Dontavian Wicks. This is a great wide receiver room in the long term. Obviously, the issue that you are going to have is in the short term. JSN is our wide receiver 2. And with JSN being the wide receiver that we're having to rely on every week, it's a little shaky, specifically in a 10-team league where you start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So what I would look to do, if possible, is if we can upgrade over JSN, I would love that. Now, of course, much easier said than done. If we were going to go through and try to make this trade, we're probably having to give up a decent amount of value elsewhere. Like, obviously, plan A would be if you can go ahead and sell Dak Prescott for him, we do it. Where we go Dak Prescott, JSN, and we try to get up to somebody like Chris Godwin, it'd be a no-brainer. And obviously, the name Chris Godwin doesn't matter as much as just the specific wide receiver tier that we're looking for. One of those mid to high-end wide receiver 2s that we're starting every week, regardless of the matchup. Going over to tight end, we have Sam Laporta and Pat Freiermuth. I actually have Sam Laporta and Pat Freiermuth both with my own team as well, and I will be dropping Pat Freiermuth after this game. There's no world in which you're ever playing Pat Freiermuth over Sam Laporta. So I'd rather pick up another high upside wide receiver or running back off the waiver wire if possible. And yeah, I just think when you have the elite onesie positions, we're not needing the backup, specifically where we are in a 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex. Any chance we get to make those 2-for-1 deals to improve in the lineup, that's exactly what we're doing. Trying to think of an interesting way that we can pivot. I mean, when we have Puka Nacua injured, obviously we just kind of want to be holding on to Puka here, knowing that we're 3-1. We have an extremely strong team. We are thinking more of the long-term upside rather than the short-term production. So then you cut Freiermuth, you try to trade Dak and JSN for a wide receiver upgrade. If we can't get that, we try to go Kareem Hunt and JSN for a wide receiver upgrade. JSN doesn't have to be the guy that you sell. If you can find someone in your league that's more excited about Rashid Shaheed, we go ahead and we sell Shaheed instead. But it's a phenomenal team. I think we're winning games for a reason. I think we're going to get Puka back. Team's going to be better in the long run. We're already through the Amon-Ra St. Brown bye. We're already through the Sam Laporta bye. So I think you're in a great spot, and I don't really think that there are too many moves you need to be making outside of that 2-for-1 trade if possible, specifically because it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex, 10-team league where upside inside the starting lineup is the only thing that matters. But I appreciate you. Really hope that we were able to help you out and really hope you're able to get something from this. But let's move this over to Ben's Mafia. This is a trade where we are sending London to upgrade to Chase, David Montgomery, Trey Sermon to upgrade to Tyreek Hill. I think you were probably just flexing on us with this trade. If Jonathan Taylor was ruled out for the season, then maybe at that point we could think about it for half a second. But Trey Sermon could go back to not even be worth a roster spot next week. Clearly rather have London over Chase. Clearly rather have Tyreek over Montgomery. So 100% you're going to make this move. Now Castillo coming out with the trade question. Says, is this too much, and would you stay put where I'm at or make another trade 7-3 after this week? This is not too much at all. This is a 10-team league. If this is a 10-team format where afterwards we're going to be starting, at wide receiver, we'll have Deontay Johnson. We'll have Cooper Kupp. We'll have Devonta Smith. We'll have Drake London. We still have plenty of wide receiver depth to go get a top 3 running back in Alvin Kamara. Is an absolute no-brainer. I definitely would make this trade. Now, moving over, this is a team review from Star Wars Geek. Appreciate you. Going to be excited to check this out. Team name here is Uncle McBridezilla. Says, hey, Mason, I'm going to be 2-3, and I'm worried about my team. I have been cursed for injuries and been benching the wrong people. Currently trading Jawan for Jalen Waddle and for some long-term help. Any advice for the starters, trades, waiver wire ads? Please note on the waiver wire, we currently have Darnell Mooney, Chase Brown, Tank Bigsby. That is phenomenal to know. Thank you. And I will say the number one priority, if he is on your waiver wire right now, is go get Chase Brown right this second. So just the players that I would drop for who, just first thing to say is I would drop Juwan Jennings to go get Darnell Mooney. I would drop Tyler Algier to go get Chase Brown. I would probably drop Khalil Shakir to go get Tank Bigsby. Specifically, this is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. So those running backs with the upside that we're looking for, that are an injury away from making a difference, I think are a little more appealing than the receiver depth pieces. Because in a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, hell, are we ever really starting Juwan Jennings here? Are you ever putting him? I guess now you have the Nico Collins injury. Never mind. Ignore me. We would do the Jennings for Chase Brown, but we actually probably have to hold on to Shakir because this is a team that's now dealing with that injury to Nico Collins. But anyways, starting off at quarterback, you do have Jordan Love, Justin Fields. So Love does appear to be that QB that is a very exciting start every week based off the matchup he has. You could move him down just a bit below Fields. Like Fields obviously have the rushing upside. Love, you have the passing volume. But I'm completely fine rostering both quarterbacks here, just kind of playing the matchups between the two. I think the vast majority of instances you play Jordan Love, but on the off chance that they're going up against a top defense like the Minnesota Vikings, then at that point I think you could pivot over to Justin Fields if Fields has a good matchup like the Colts or the Jags. Going over to what we have at running back, we are dealing with the McCaffrey injury, but we have Jordan Mason as a short-term plug and play. We have Rico Dowdle as a quality RB2. Getting Chase Brown here is a no-brainer, must-make waiver wire pickup. If you have any fab dollars, we blow them all on Chase Brown. Not all of them, but a high percentage. I'm blowing 75% of my fab on Chase Brown if possible. And yeah, if we can do that, we're going to be able to get by at running back regardless with Rico Dowdle at RB2. But if Zach Moss were to miss any time and we can pick up Chase Brown, Chase Brown would be a stud RB2 to play. Going over to wide receiver, in the long term, we're great, right? In the long term, we're going to get Nico Collins back in. We're going to get Cooper Kupp back in. Honestly, we'll probably get them about the same time. I don't necessarily know if we are going to expect that Nico's back. From what it's labeled, he's week to week. They're telling us that Kupp's maybe eyeing a week 7 return. So if that will be the case, probably about both these guys are week 7, week 8. We have DJ Moore, George Pickens to play in the short term. If we're able to make that waiver wire running back pickup, we have a solid flex play in the short and long term. Going over to tight end, we have Trey McBride, Tucker Kraft. Both look like top 10 tight ends very easily rest of season. Obviously, McBride, that elite level tight end that we're starting every week regardless of matchup. Kraft, top 10 player, phenomenal week this past week. Big play, touchdown, according to Next Gen Stats, fastest tight end recorded all year. But specifically on your team, where we are now dealing with the injuries to Nico Collins and to Cooper Kupp, where honestly, it's probably going to be difficult to build out the depth from here, even if depth doesn't matter a ton because it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. I don't know if I love rostering both 2 quarterbacks as well as 2 tight ends. So if we could potentially go ahead and get some value here for Tucker Kraft, I absolutely would love to do so. Now, obviously, it is much easier said than done, but if you're able to go ahead, if you're able to take Tucker Kraft and package him with George Pickens to go get a stud receiver, I think we would look to do that. This team right now is starting Dalton Schultz or Hunter Henry at wide receiver. Like if you could go, it's going to be tough here. Maybe if you could go Tucker Kraft, DJ Moore to pivot over to Drake London, that's a no-brainer. Much easier said than done on that front, though. This team has Andrews, Tyler Conklin at tight ends. If you could go Tucker Kraft and George Pickens to get to Devonta Smith, Tucker Kraft and Khalil Shakir to go get to Jaden Reed, Tucker Kraft and George Pickens maybe to get to Jaden Reed, I think that would be an absolute no-brainer. Going through and looking for another team that needs help at tight end. I mean, this team has Kincaid. They're probably not trading for Kraft. This team here is sitting with Ferguson. They're probably not. I think that those 2 teams that we mentioned previously, going and trying to get like someone like Devonta Smith and squeeze some value out of Kraft where we can, I think that would make a lot of sense because it would open up a roster spot for us where we're able to go get one of those exciting options off the waiver wire without having to cut a player of significance. Like in that instance, you're not having to go out there and cut, say, Khalil Shakir. So that would be the main thing that I'm looking at, trying to take this massive spike for Kraft. And I'm not telling everybody to do this, please. I think Kraft's absolutely going to crush. So if you need a tight end, you hold on to Tucker Kraft. But specifically where you have McBride, I think a 2-for-1 deal makes a ton of sense. But I appreciate you. I really hope that I was able to help you out in some way. Clearly, this is a very strong team. Hopefully, we won this week. Hopefully, the Nico Collins injury didn't screw us. Obviously, Collins had the spike regardless. But we probably started DJ Moore as well. So we probably won this week. We're probably sitting at... Actually, no, you said you're going to be 2-3. Never mind. The team performed well. I'm surprised we're going to be 2-3. Team's good. I think if we can take crap, package him with Pickens, get a wide receiver upgrade, go make those waiver wire moves that we were talking about, the team will be even better. But I really do appreciate you and really hope we were able to help you out in some way. But let's move this over. I think we're about to hit 200 likes on the stream. So let's answer some of the questions that we have in the live chats. Mahdi says, is Derrick Henry still a top 5 running back? Obviously, we see an environment where the Baltimore Ravens are forced to throw the ball a little bit more. But it's hard to say that Derrick Henry is not still an elite RB based off what we've had so far this season. Trust me, I wish that I had drafted a lot more Derrick Henry than I did, but sadly I'm an idiot and I don't have him. I have Derrick Henry at RB5. And honestly, you know what I'm going to have to do with our updated rankings as we look at this? No, I'm not going to. I was, in terms of Kyron versus Gibbs, let's think about this. Do we move Kyron ahead of Gibbs? If we get the improvement in this offense, especially with this bye week timing, where we're closer to Puka Nacua returning, we're closer to Cooper Kupp returning. obviously getting the offensive line a little healthier as well. I think we are going to move Kyren ahead of Gibbs. My only hesitation with this is Gibbs, you already have him through his bye. So you do get an extra game out of Jahmyr Gibbs rest of season. But yeah, let's move Kyren Williams up to RB3 because, I mean, Gibbs, you're having to deal with a locked and loaded stud RB2 there with David Montgomery. Whereas with Kyren, you're the only player touching the ball. Trey says, how do I get my free team review if I signed up to Underdog with code FLOCK? So if you signed up to Underdog with code FLOCK, just make sure you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your Underdog email. And then the following day, you will get accredited with the free team review voucher. You don't have to do anything other than sign up to Underdog, code FLOCK, make a $10 deposit, and then set up an account on flockfantasy.com and use the same email address. That way we can go ahead and we can accredit you with that free team review when Underdog gets us the list of emails and the next morning. David says, is Tank Dell a drop in a 10-team league? I do not think so. I kind of like to see the Tank Dell debacle because we didn't draft him at all. But with that being said, the Nico Collins injury will open up more targets. He's still running a ton of routes. Obviously, Diggs is the guy over him at this point. But I think you have to be holding on to Dell primarily because of the injury that you have with Nico Collins. Let me see. Can we get the Texas hat up here? How does this look? Ooh, there we go. What about turning on that light? Doesn't do much. We'll leave it as is. Okay. Mad Max says, how do we know you're going to do our review if we buy one from flockfantasy.com? So we get to pretty much every single review submission the day that it is submitted. And even if you're not in the live stream when we do it, it's going to be fine because you'll actually get a direct link with the exact clip of me talking about your fantasy football team through flockfantasy.com the second that we do it. So the second that I hit complete and I hit next question, I answer yours, you get an automated message on flockfantasy.com with a custom link. You copy and paste that custom link into Google, and then it will pull up the part of the live stream of me talking about your thing automatically for you. So, yeah, but you'll get notified. You'll get an email of it too. So let's see. For Shame says Chase Brown versus Dowdle rest of season. I think it really does depend on the injury that you have to Zach Moss. Any game that Zach Moss does not play, I'd rather have Chase Brown over Rico Dowdle. But obviously, I don't know the extent of this injury that we have. So can we get some confirmation in the live chat right now from y'all? So let's see this real quick. Zach Moss. Let me search this. Some significant injuries to monitor the next few days. From the good news department, Bengals Zach Moss is believed okay, got twisted in an awkward way, returns to the game and left again, but appears mostly to be a scare. So if Zach Moss does not miss time, I would rather have Rico Dowdle. But if Zach Moss misses a week or two, then at that point, I'd rather have Chase Brown. So it will be very important to monitor what we have with the Zach Moss injury in terms of the practice reports that we get on Wednesday. Okay. Cole says, just got offered Brooks for Rico. What are your thoughts? What's really funny is in the Flock League 2 weeks ago, Danny traded Rico Dowdle for Jonathan Brooks to a developer, and everybody screamed collusion. Danny's an ass. I can't believe Danny took advantage of him. Blah, 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 blah. Jonathan Brooks is so much better. Well, now at this point, it doesn't necessarily look like that's a guarantee. It doesn't look like we can say for 100% certainty that Jonathan Brooks is a much better option than Rico Dowdle. I still have Jonathan Brooks ahead of Rico Dowdle in my rest of season rankings, but obviously with how good Rico Dowdle looked this past week, I wouldn't fault you at all if you were saying, Mason, man, I'm 1-4. I'm 2-3. I need some running back help right this second. I need the production of Rico Dowdle in here. If that's your scenario, I mean, go for it. You can definitely take Dowdle. Okay. Now, Christopher says, my verification code isn't being sent to your website. Please send a message. If you're having any issues with flockfantasy.com, please send them in the site issue section of the Discord, which you can find that link in the description of this live stream. Obviously, I can't do any customer support during a stream. But yeah, one of the developers would be happy to help you with that. Will says Dell or Jalen Waddle rest of season. Jalen Waddle's going to crush rest of season. Jalen Waddle's the #1 buy low candidate in all of fantasy football right now. Perfect bye week timing. We are already 3 weeks now with no Tua. Week 7 marks 4 weeks no Tua, and Tua is eligible to come back from the IR in week 8. I think when you get the added bye weekend, Tua gets 5 weeks. I would not be surprised at all if Tua is back playing football in week 8 or week 9. And if that does happen, Jalen Waddle goes right back being a low-end wide receiver 1, high-end wide receiver 2. Thomas says, thoughts on Jalen Tolbert rest of season? We can go ahead and we can pull up what you have from Tolbert. Obviously, last night it was great. Super hectic night last night with everything that went down in the Flock League. Very painful night last night. But anyway, if you look at Tolbert with no Brandon Cooks, Jalen Tolbert was great. Probably going to be one of the #1 waiver wire pickups that you have on the week. He had a total of 8 targets, 8 receptions, 87 receiving yards, and the receiving touchdown. Big news is with Tolbert, of course, is the Brandon Cooks injury opens the door for him to play more snaps, to have a larger role. So I think that Jalen Tolbert probably a flex consideration in any game that Brandon Cooks does not play. Now, is he going to be a locked and loaded must start name? Is he a locked and loaded wide receiver 2? Probably not, just because there are so many good wide receivers in fantasy. But yeah, we'll definitely have him in the wide receiver rankings this week with Brandon Cooks on the IR. Definitely a viable option to look at. I just don't want to call him a must-start player. And of course, once you end up getting Brandon Cooks back in, then at that point, Tolbert does fall considerably. Not because Cooks will play over him, but just because the target share will be spread out a little bit more. Matthew says, which running back in the Bucs backfield are you higher on rest of season? I'm still higher on Rachaad White than Bucky Irving rest of season, primarily given the usage that we've had from Rachaad White as a receiver. Teresa, please shoot me an email if you're having any issues with team review. Jay says, Jacoby Myers or Wan'Dale Robinson. I would go Myers over Wan'Dale Robinson, considering that I don't know if Devontae Adams ever plays another snap for the Las Vegas Raiders. However, I'm pretty damn sure that Malik Neighbors will be back this next week. Now, of course, if you told me, hey, Mason, Devontae Adams will be back with the Raiders, then at that point I'd go, crap, give me Wan'Dale Robinson, because while the Giants are a bad offense, they do look like they're a better offense than what you have going on in Vegas. Okay. Matt says Chase Brown or Bucky Irving rest of season. Chase Brown. I think Chase Brown's one, probably a better running back, to be honest, and 2, in a better offense as well. But let's move this over and let's dive into what we have with some more questions over there on the site. And of course, if you ever wanted to ask any questions on flockfantasy.com, you can find, I'm not even going to link it for you. Just type in flockfantasy.com. You can find the link in the description as well. But yeah, just go over and hit the button in the top right corner that says expert advice. And there you can ask a start sit question, a trade question, get a full-blown roster review. If you wanted a roster review, definitely the cheapest way to get that, and what I'd recommend, is taking advantage of the offer that we have with Underdog Fantasy, where if you go over to Underdog Fantasy, you can, 1, check out all these picks. 2, if you use promo code FLOCK, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, with promo code FLOCK, you will get that free Patrick Mahomes pick, more than less than half a total yard for the game tonight. And a free team review over there on flockfantasy.com. Just make sure you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your account on Underdog Fantasy. That way I know who to hook up with that free team review voucher. But let's move this over to Bugatti Boys. This is one of those free underdog team reviews. Going to be excited to check out the squad for you, my friend. This is a 12-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex. So because it's not a 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex, it's not as easy as saying just, oh, spaz 2-for-1 deal, spaz 2-for-1 deals, spaz 2-for-1 deals. No, you got to be a little more balanced here, but don't have to be super, super balanced, of course. But anyway, looking at the squad, we do have Purdy and Baker at quarterback. Obviously, Baker has been phenomenal. Baker has been a top 5 QB in fantasy so far this season. Now, obviously, just because he has been that doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be a guarantee going into the future. But regardless, Baker Mayfield, an exciting option of what you have at QB. Going over to Brock Purdy. Purdy, you can definitely consider any week that he has a better matchup, especially knowing the surrounding pieces that you have with Ayuk, Debo, Kittle. Purdy has been worse since I don't know. Purdy has been worse with no McCaffrey, which you would think that maybe they just lean on the pass a little bit more, but the efficiencies come down. We've seen the added on interceptions. Purdy throws 1 fewer interception this week. We end up winning our matchup, but it is what it is. I think we're fine at quarterback. We can play the matchups between these two guys. I'm going over to running back. We're elite. This is the reason we are the number 1 team in the league analyzer. We have Gibbs. We have Taylor. We have 2 top 10 running backs rest of season. We have James Conner. We have Jordan Mason. We have the short-term fill-in options with the Jonathan Taylor injury. We have Jonathan Brooks for the long-term upside. We have Tyler Algier. We have Trey Sermon. We have a ridiculous amount of running back value. Now, this is one of the very rare instances, one of the very few spots that I think it can make sense for you to trade away Jordan Mason. The reason for this is we don't need the Jordan Mason production right now. First things first. We're 3-1. We're possibly 3-2 or possibly 4-1. I don't know what the record's going to be after tonight. But we are a team that we are thinking a little more long-term upside focused than we are in the short term. Obviously, long-term, there is that outside chance that you end up getting Christian McCaffrey into this offense. And if you have CMC coming back into San Fran, at that point, Jordan Mason turns into a legitimate 0 for the playoff aspirations we have at the end of the year. The second thing is we have Gibbs, Taylor, James Conner. Even with the Jonathan Taylor injury, we are still able to put James Conner in there at RB. Going over to wide receiver, we have Nico Collins out. We have Jalen Waddle on bye this week. Obviously, short-term going to be worse than he will be in the long-term given the injury to Tua. We have Darnell Mooney. We have Keon Coleman. So what I would love to do here for a team where we are thinking long-term upside is if you could potentially go through and take Jordan Mason and Darnell Mooney and pivot over to a top 10 wide receiver in the long term. Go to a team that is desperate for running back. This team down here, Devin Singletary's out, their RB3. Their RB3 is Miles Sanders effectively in the short term. Now, obviously, they don't have a wide receiver that is that elite option for us. So maybe they're a little less exciting. This team here has Javonte Williams as their RB2. If we could potentially go ahead and package together, say, Jordan Mason and Darnell Mooney and go get to A.J. Brown, absolute no-brainer. Maybe if you wanted to trade Jordan Mason straight up for Deebo Samuel, honestly, an absolute no-brainer on your roster as well, considering the injuries that we have to our own wide receiver position. And you could see this team considering it, knowing that they're probably falling to 2 and 3, given the performance of Deebo Samuel, given the performance of Aaron Jones, given the performance of Josh Allen. So they're 2 and 3. They need production in the short term. So if you're able to send them Jordan Mason and get that long-term upside at wide receiver, where we still have Jahmyr Gibbs, Taylor, Connor, and the running back depth added on with Jonathan Brooks at the very bottom sometime soon, I think that would be interesting. And then the other possibility, of course, is getting those upgrades at wide receiver by moving on from Jake Ferguson, where we are sitting with Bowers and Ferguson. So to be honest with you, you know what I would actually probably prefer, especially in a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. If you could go over to a team that's struggling at tight end, where this team has Evan Ingram, Dalton Schultz, and Zach Ertz, if you could potentially send them like Brock Bowers and Baker Mayfield to get to Lamar Jackson, and we start Jake Ferguson every week anyway, I think that could make a ton of sense for us. Going over and looking at maybe some of these other teams that are struggling at tight end right now. I mean, this team here, they have Jalen Hurts at quarterback. They have Mark Andrews, Juwan Johnson at tight end. So if we could potentially send them, Brock Bowers, or maybe we try Jake Ferguson and Baker Mayfield. And if you can get to Jalen Hurts that way, I think that makes a lot of sense. Because there we can take the expendable running back piece that we have and get a wide receiver upgrade. There we can take the expendable tight end piece that we have and get an elite quarterback for this starting lineup. I think that's kind of a no-brainer for what you have with such a strong team, particularly at the top end with running back, where honestly, these running back depth pieces that we've hit on are almost just luxury pieces where we could definitely get some value off somebody else's roster for them. But I really do appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out in some way with this. And again, thank you so much for being a member of the flock. You have a great team. I mean, right now, we do have that winning record. We are number one in the league analyzer. I think it just comes down to if we are able to sell some of those unnecessary depth pieces to get the production in the lineup in a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format. And thank you for taking advantage of the Underdog promo as well. But let's move this over to Michael Paz, longtime member of the flock. This is the Carolina Chupacabras, number 1 team with the league analyzer. But right now, if you're looking at it, really, the top 6 teams, they're all about identical with the league analyzer. So I don't want to sit here and act like we have a massive, massive gap over the rest of the field. It says, love you, Mason. Your advice helped me win this week. Absolutely nailed it, my friend. Now, 3 and 2, what moves should we look to make in a half PPR format where my league mates don't take low ball offers? And I've been offered Breece and Jaden Daniels. We've been offered Breece and Jaden Daniels. Who do we have at quarterback right now? We are sitting with Anthony Richardson. I would love to know what the Breece and Daniels cost are, because to be honest with you, I think that there is an outside chance that it does make sense for us to go and get both these players. Obviously, a lot of this will come down to what the price is. But I mean, if you're sitting with A.J. Brown, Chris Godwin, Brandon Ayuk, Puka Nacua in the long term, Jalen Waddle in the long term, Rome Odunze in the long term, Keon Coleman in the long term, this is a team that at wide receiver we are already crushing. And these options down there on the bench for us right now are only going to be getting better. So I would love to go and get that elite RB. I would love to go and get that elite tight end, especially with somebody like Breece, where people are panicking over him. I mean, he has been very bad. And if we could potentially get him at an interesting discount. Now, going ahead and looking at where we are with the rest of the team, quarterback, I definitely think we have upside. Obviously, Geno Smith, the passing volume's been sky high in Seattle so far this year. Like, to be honest with you, I am really surprised for what you have with the amount of pass attempts that have been occurring pretty much every single week in Seattle. Geno's been dropping back an average of 40 plus times a game. So Geno has been an effective fantasy quarterback, even if the rushing production hasn't particularly been there. Quarterback we can get by. We definitely could use an upgrade though, right? Going over to running back, we have the injury to Moss. We have the injury to Mixon, but long-term, fine running back 1, running back 2 combo. We have Javonte, Zach Charbonnet quality depth pieces, but running back definitely one of the weak spots of this team, especially as we have no Joe Mixon in the short term. Going over to receiver, A.J. Brown, Chris Godwin, Brandon Ayuk are must-start plays every single week. Now, with that being said, we are currently 3 and 2. So we are thinking a little more long-term. Long-term, the wide receiver pieces we have on the bench are going to be better than they are right now. So the last thing I would want to do on your team is go ahead and look to potentially sell, say, Keon Coleman. Look to potentially sell Jalen Waddle. These players that maybe aren't giving us the production you would want right this second. But you may end up seeing a dramatic dramatic boost in value 3 weeks from now. So if possible, if you're able to go through and instead give up one of the receivers that is crushing right this second and bank on the long-term upside that one of these wide receivers will make a difference for us, I think we would look to do just that. And I mean, what I think that looks like personally is if you can take Chris Godwin, where obviously Godwin is probably the wide receiver that people would be most excited to trade for on your team outside of A.J. Brown, and definitely not wanting to send away A.J. Brown if we can avoid it. But if we can say send Chris Godwin and, I don't know, Chris Godwin and Joe Mixon, actually no, Chris Godwin and Zach Moss, Chris Godwin and Javonte, and go get Breece, absolute no-brainer. Now, when it comes to the Mixon package, that probably looks a little more like Mixon or Brandon Ayuk instead. Or maybe we can find somebody that's interested in Tucker Kraft. Because obviously we have Kelsey here. We don't need Kraft ourselves. Trying to find the team that is sitting here with Daniels. Finding the team that is sitting here with Breece. This team has Breece. They have Laporta at tight end. They're probably chilling at tight end. I'd imagine that Godwin would be the player that this team would be excited about, given the fact that behind Neighbors and Reed, they really only have Downs, Breece, Sticky Ricky, and Rashee Rice. This is the team with Daniels. They have Fields, Purdy. Tight end, they have Pitts as their tight end option. Obviously, they have no wide receiver help either. I mean, maybe if you could send them like Tucker Kraft, Roma Dunze, and Anthony Richardson and go get Jaden Daniels, I could see that helping out this team where they get they have another receiver they can start weekly. They fix the tight end position and they get another quarterback with upside. I do like the idea. The main thing that I want to point out with this team is we're thinking long-term here. It's a squad where you have a ridiculous wide receiver room. So I think in a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex, half PPR format, if you get the ability to go ahead and sell some of these wide receiver depth pieces and 2-for-1 deals, get an upgrade at that quarterback slot or at that running back slot, we want to do just that. But at the same time, we can't say that we want to be giving up Roma Dunze, we want to be giving up Keon Coleman, Jalen Waddle, Puka Nacua, because if we are selling them now, we are going to be selling them at a low point in comparison to their future value. But I really appreciate you and hope that I was able to help you out. And thank you again for being a member of the flock for so damn long now, my guy. But let's move this over and answer some more of the questions that we have in the chat. If you have any questions, please drop them in the chat. We'll be happy to answer as many as we possibly can. Trev the Goat says trade Diggs for Achane. I have Stephon Diggs with a lot of my teams, specifically on Underdog. I didn't draft Achane nearly as much, and I would easily rather have Achane than Diggs. Obviously, in the short term, Diggs will be the better play, but assuming that you get Tua back in the long term, I don't know. I think Achane goes back to being a top 10 RB. Okay. Michael says trade Nico or Wilson for Henry Barkley. Yeah, I'll trade either receiver for either running back, assuming it's a redraft league. But yeah, I mean, if you could go through and trade, say, Nico Collins and get Derrick Henry or Saquon Barkley at this point, with Nico Collins deal with the hamstring, that's a no-brainer. Okay. Aiden says what to do with James Conner. I think it kind of depends on your team. So for my team in particular, I need James Conner. Like, I wouldn't have the running back production to get by without him. So I'm looking to hold on to James Conner for sure. Now, with that being said, if you're playing in a full PBR format where we want to chase receiving usage, maybe you could go ahead and look to see what you could get for James Conner, because obviously Conner throughout his entire NFL career, you've had to deal with injuries. That's always going to be a risk. And at the same time, there is the outside chance that Trey Benson, the rookie running back, does begin to see some usage here at the end of the season. So if you could cash out on James Conner at a very high price tag, I think you could think about it. Okay. Sound says, what should we do with Jalen Hurts and Devonta Smith? If you have them, hold them. I mean, super exciting pieces. Jalen Hurts might QB2 rest of season. Devonta Smith is a high-end wide receiver too. There'd be no reason to sell him. PT says Walker or Bijan rest of season. Can everybody spam the chat? Who would you rather have rest of season between Walker and Bijan? If you look at my rankings on the site, I have them ranked pretty much back to back. I have Bijan RB10. I have Kenneth Walker RB7 rest of season. You know what we're going to do? We're actually going to be moving Brees over Walker. I think that was an overreaction from me. Horrible matchup, London game. Let's not be a complete and utter spaz. It's 2 down weeks for Brees Hall, but unlike Bijan, you did see the usage at the beginning of the year as the receiver that really saves him. So we're going to have Brees at RB7. But let me know in the chat, Walker or Bijan? Bijan, Walker, Bijan, Walker. Bijan, Walker. Walker, Bijan, even. Yeah. I think it is close. I think it's up to you. Okay. WDex is, how did your game against Avery go? My matchup, and I hate to go like, oh, look at me, even though I do it all the time. And I don't want to speak with hyperbole. But the matchup that I had this week in fantasy football against Avery had legitimately the craziest ending of any fantasy football matchup that I've ever seen in my entire life. Back and forth, just like one-upping itself in crazy. It's like, if it would have been a movie, it wouldn't have seemed believe. It would have been too fake. So you'll see it in the flock. I cannot wait to watch the video tomorrow. It's going to be insane. And that's what everybody else is saying in the league as well, that they had never seen a matchup like that. John says sell Garrett Wilson high. Is he leading the NFL in targets at this point? I think that there's a chance that Garrett Wilson is the number one player in the NFL in targets. So even if this offense looks horrible, I don't know if that's somebody that you can sell high. Okay. But let's go ahead and let's move this back over to the site and try to answer as many questions as possible. Of course, if you wanted to get any questions, guaranteed answers, you can always go over to flockfantasy.com, hit the little comment button in the top right corner that says expert advice. There you can ask a team review, trade question, start sit question, whatever you are wanting. And if you wanted that team review, I definitely recommend taking advantage of the offer that we have with Underdog Fantasy. Or if you go over to Underdog Fantasy, which you can find this link in the live chat and description, and use promo code FLOCK, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, with promo code FLOCK, you will get a free Patrick Mahomes pick, more than less than half a total yard for the game tonight. And you'll get that free team review over there on on flockfantasy.com. Just make sure that you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your Underdog Fantasy account. That way I'm able to credit you with that free team review voucher. But let's move this back over to what we have with the questions on the site. We just answered this one for Michael. So our next question is going to be a trade question coming out from Taco. This is a deal where we give up Pickens and Dobbins and we get Brees Hall. 3-2. this is a no-brainer. We have a ton of depth here as well. James Conner, Jordan Mason, A.J. Brown, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Dobbins in the flex. The bench, we have Pickens, Dowdle, Rome. You go get Brees. You run for the hills. Well, yes, Brees is not looking like the top 3 running back he was drafted to be. While Brees is looking very disappointing, he's going to have significantly more usage as a receiver than what you should get with J.K. Dobbins. George Pickens, at the end of the day, is not going to be moving the needle in a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. So just go ahead and take Brees Hall. Okay. Now going over to Rocco. This is Sack Goblin. Where should we look to make improvements? I'm about to be 2-3. Well, thank you for taking advantage of that underdog promo, my guy. Excited to get into this. Also love the profile pick. And looking at this, we are the number 3 team with the league analyzer. So we are in a pretty comfortable spot. There's a big gap between us and these teams near the bottom as well. It's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league where we are trying to optimize for the upside inside our starting lineup rather than the depth on the roster. Currently at quarterback, we are rolling with Stroud. Stroud, you don't have the rushing upside, but you still have a quarterback that you're able to play pretty much every single week, regardless of the matchup. Looking at Baker Mayfield, Baker's been great so far this season as well. To be honest with you, if you could go through and if you could potentially package together, say, Baker Mayfield and another player with this team to get an upgrade elsewhere, I mean, it would be just an absolute no-brainer if possible. Now, obviously, with that being said, it's much easier said than done. Going over to running back, we are sitting with Jahmyr Gibbs, Josh Jacobs, Braylon Allen, Devin Singletary, Trey Sermon. Looking at Gibbs and Jacobs, both presumably can be RB1s in the long term. I mean, both are in spots where they're in great offenses. They're going to get used as a receiver. Obviously, Gibbs a little more so than what you all have with Jacobs, but they do have touchdown upside based off the offenses that they play in. Going over to Braylon Allen, Devin Singletary, desperation plays if you really needed them. But obviously, in the case of Braylon Allen, at least you have the path for an elite ceiling. If you were to get that injury to Brees Hall, then at that point, he clearly becomes a must-start player. Now, going over to what we have at wide receiver, we are currently sitting with CeeDee Lamb, Nico Collins, and Terry McLaurin. So long-term, we have 2 top 10 receivers. Short-term, it's going to be much tougher having Terry McLaurin in at wide receiver 2 and then having no quality third option at the wide receiver position. So the first thing that you do with this team, I'm assuming that Tyler Higbee's on the IR. Even if he's on the IR, I don't think he's worth the spot. I think you cut him. You cut Cole Kmet. We have Sam Laporta coming back in. We need the extra raw spot. We need to pick up another wide receiver from the waiver wire. And on top of this, having both Stroud and Baker, I do want to revisit and see if we could potentially sell Baker for something. Like, this team has Justin Fields. Is there a world where we can send them Baker and get Rome Odunze? Is there a world where we can send them Baker and get Zach Charbonnet and build out our depth a little bit more, where we have the quarterback in CJ Stroud that we're going to be starting regardless of the matchup anyway? Going over to this team, they have Jared Goff, Aaron Rodgers as their 2 QBs. Obviously, Baker Mayfield has been much better than these 2 guys. Like, is there a world where we can send them Baker Mayfield and get back in Christian Kirk or Michael Pittman? Could we possibly package Baker and a running back near the bottom here like Trey Sermon and get back J.K. Dobbins? I don't know if that's possible. It's going to be dependent on your specific league. Like I said, I understand that is much easier said than done. So the moves that we make for sure is you're going to go ahead and you are going to be looking to cut Kmet, pick up a wide receiver off waivers. Sell Baker if possible. Because while typically wide receiver depth's not going to be a priority in a league where you only start 2 receivers and 1 flex, and honestly, I would have been completely fine with this team pre-Nico Collins injury. Now that we are getting the report that Nico Collins is, I don't know, missing weeks, I think you need to pick up an additional wide receiver starter. But really do appreciate you and really hope we are able to help you out in some way with this. Again, if there's anything I can do for you, don't hesitate to reach out to me and let me know. I'd be super happy to help you out in any way that I can. But thank you for being a member of the flock. And hope we get to see you out in a live stream sometime soon if you're not here already. Now, let's move this over. James says, is the Underdog promo the only way to get a team review? I am already an Underdog user. Obviously, you can always purchase a team review through flockfantasy.com. If you're going to do that, honestly, I would just sign up for the monthly cheapest membership. Then you get, with code FLOCK, then you get 30% off any team reviews or any trade questions or anything you ask me on the site. Or if you like the site and you want access to all the tools, if you're an annual mother flocker with code FLOCK, you'll get a free team review voucher every year that way. But the only way to get a free team review on flockfantasy.com is to use the Underdog promo. Now, let's move this over to our next team. It's going to be Walker Ting says, hey, Mason, wanted you to take a look at the squad. Thought I drafted very well, but looking really mediocre ever since. Want some direction to upgrade the team. Thanks, Mason. Love the streams. Appreciate you, my guy. Going to be excited to go ahead and check this out. I'm getting a notification from YouTube that the stream's lagging. Hopefully that is not true. Maybe we turn off Wi-Fi and just go straight off Ethernet, but let me know if y'all are having any issues in the chat with the quality of the stream. But pulling this up, this should be a format that you're able to link your team with flockfantasy.com. So if you're having any issue linking to the site, please let me know. I would be happy to try to help you out. Definitely just send a message in the Discord chat in the site issue section where somebody can go through, one of the developers can walk you step by step on how to link your team. That way you can take advantage of a lot of the free tools that we have on the site as well. But anyway, it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league where honestly, maybe we don't even say that. It's a 2 wide receiver, 2 flex league, but you only need to start 1 running back. So this is a very interesting format where you want to say, oh, maybe your running back matters a little bit less. And it definitely matters a little less. But still, fundamentally, it's a start 7 league where the depth isn't going to be mattering too much. And almost regardless, the play is if you can get a starting lineup upgrade and a 2-for-1 deal, that is what we are wanting to do. Now, going over to what we have at quarterback, we are currently sitting with Kyler Murray. Having Kyler, said it last week, said it the week before, the man has so much rushing upside that he's going to be a must-start player every week, regardless of the matchup that he's in. So when you have Kyler, definitely don't need that backup quarterback. Going down to what we have on the bench, we have Sam Darnold. To be honest with you, if it's a 4-point passing touchdown format, there's no world in which I ever start Sam Darnold over Kyler Murray. So I would potentially just go ahead and let go of Darnold's because Sam Darnold's not going to run the ball. I don't necessarily know if there's a massive gap that you have between Darnold and the other waiver wire quarterbacks that you'd pick up for Kyler Murray's bye week. Definitely not something you have to do, but something that I would consider doing. And clearly we're assuming that you're not going to be able to trade Darnold for anything. Now going over to what we have at running back. We are currently sitting with James Cook as our RB1. Like we said, the RB2 slot is just technically a flex spot. So you want to make an argument that running back depth doesn't really matter. And what I would say is the floor of running backs probably doesn't really matter in this league. What does matter, however, is the ceiling of these backs. James Cook, RB1, I'm completely fine with regardless of what the format is, as long as there are 12 plus teams in the league. It's only a 10-team league, not nearly as excited about having James Cook as my RB1. Chuba Hubbard, quality running back 2 in the short term. the second that you get Jonathan Brooks back into this offense, which could be any week now. Chuba Hubbard, poof, turns to dust and is not somebody that you can start. Even if he does have a role from a weekly perspective, he is a running back in which I don't even know how to put it. I mean, he's just not useful in fantasy, and that he'd be in a committee in one of the worst offenses in the league. So, kind of regardless, I think we want to go ahead and upgrade running back if possible. Going over to receiver, we have the elite wide receiver we can build around with CeeDee Lamb. The depth behind it, we have Pittman, who's not exciting with Anthony Richardson under center. We have Waddle, who we're waiting for Tua to come back with. We have Keenan, who looks like nothing. We have Shakir, who looks like nothing. So we don't have a strong wide receiver 2 option in the short term. Obviously, in the long term, if you get Tua back in Miami, I think it will be a much better spot where you don't need to stress here. But we need Tua back in for the Dolphins. Going over to tight ends, we have Andrews. Honestly, you had 4 passing touchdowns for Lamar this week. All the passing volume, the one of an all-time Lamar games. And even with that being said, Mark Andrews still I don't know. Mark Andrews is still a tight end that got outscored by 2 other tight ends in his same offense. So honestly, I am more worried about Andrews now after this Lamar game than I was even 2 weeks ago with the first goose egg. So tight end's garbage in a format where tight end does matter because it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. I think we moved Andrews behind likely in our rest of season rankings. I think Andrews is tight end 17 now. So looking at the squad, it's definitely a spot in which there are some moves that we can look to make. I think you cut Darnold's. Look for an high upside running back off the waiver wire. Another name like Chase Brown, another name like Braylon Allen, where they're the desperation plays, but if there's an injury in their backfield, then all of a sudden they can become must-start options. I think we hold on to Pittman because if we end up with, say, I don't know. If we end up with another week of Flacco, it'll be the perfect wide receiver 2 for us as we wait for Waddle to come back in the long term with Tua. Obviously, if Kraft is somehow still sitting out there on the waiver wire, we cut Andrews for Kraft. I'm not a big fan of this team. I don't see like a ton of value in which like, oh, let's trade Keenan Allen and Trey Sermon and let's go get an exciting player in the flex. Obviously, if you would be able to do that, you definitely would. But I don't want to tell you to go through and trade Keenan Allen and Trey Sermon for something when I know you're not going to get anything for them. So I probably stick this team to just be making waiver wire moves. Pick up a different tight end over Andrews. Cut Sam Darnold. Look for a high upside running back off the waiver wire. Hope that we end up getting Flacco starting again. That way we can play Pittman and wait for Waddle to get Tua back in later. I'm not going to be panicking about Chuba Hubbard maybe losing viability with Jonathan Brooks coming in because that's a flex spot, not a running back 2 slot. So we can just build around James Cook. If that was a running back 2 slot, I'd be panicking and trying to trade for a running back. But instead, I think we just play it a little bit calm and look for options off the waiver wire. And outside of that, I sadly don't have much for you. I wish I had more, my guy, but It's just a unique situation, a unique format that you find yourself in, where I don't know if there are a ton of moves to be made outside of specifically going through and making those one-off waiver wire transitions. Now let's go over to Falcons Anonymous. It's another team review. Really do appreciate you. This is going to be 2-3 after this week. Drafted the 2 worst tight ends you could ever think of and getting very little action to trade them. So kind of stuck with them for now. Any trade advice to help the team, or do we stick with the current roster and hope for a better future? It is a full PBR 12-team format where we only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So we are the 4th team in the league analyzer. It's not a massive gap between the teams that we have here at 1 through 3 and us. Really, it's kind of an even league overall outside of maybe these bottom 2 teams here at the very low end. Now, starting off with the tight end position, yeah, we have Pitts and we have Andrews. So I completely understand. Yes, nobody's going to have any offer to send your direction if you throw these guys out on the waiver wire. Like, there is nothing that people would give you for Andrews right now. And to be honest with you, if we're sitting here with 3 running backs on our roster, I would probably go through and I would probably drop Andrews and pick up another running back here off waivers. Like, if you were able to do that, I think it would kind of be a no-brainer. Now, going over to what we have with running back, we have Kenneth Walker. We have Josh Jacobs. We have Bucky Irving. So Walker locked and loaded top 10 back every week. Jacobs locked and loaded RB2. This is a very strong running back room through the first 3 slots. Now, the issue with this is if you're looking at what we have with specifically the depth behind the top running backs, it's extremely limited in a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format. Where in a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format, I would rather be optimizing for the running backs down at the bottom end that are an injury away from making a difference rather than somebody like Quentin Johnson, where I don't know where Johnson makes a difference. We have the elite wide receiver room with CeeDee Lamb and Drake London. So probably the best wide receiver room in this league. We have Keon Coleman, Dontavian Wicks, Josh Downs, Calvin Ridley. So we have the depth at receiver. So overall, it's a very interesting team. I think you have to probably roll with Kyle Pitts based off the passing volume that we've seen in Atlanta. You drop Andrews. You pick up another running back off the waiver wire that way. We drop Quentin Johnston, pick up another running back off the waiver wire that way. Unless you wanted to potentially see if we could swing, say, Josh Downs, where if you could swing Downs for another depth running back piece, like potentially move Josh Downs and in return, get back a player like Chase Brown, right? That solid running back 3 that we can have alongside Bucky Irving. As we have the 2 anchors out wide receiver at the very top with Lamb and London. We have the long-term upside with Keon, Dontavian Wicks, and Calvin Ridley as a quality depth piece. So plan A is, can we sell one of these depth receivers in Josh Downs to pivot over and get another depth running back like Chase Brown? If not, I think we probably cut Quentin Johnston, pick up another running back that way. Obviously, we can try to sell Mark Andrews for that low-end quality depth running back as well. Now, if you're not able to get that, I mean, it kind of is what it is. I think you can go ahead and cut Andrews at this point. Just realistically speaking, I have no idea how you could ever go through and how you could ever start Andrews in fantasy. So at this point, it does feel like he is just kind of clogging a roster spot, even if he's not going to be viable in a game where Lamar goes absolutely nuclear. I think you can't afford to upgrade from Jordan Love here. I mean, if this is a league where you had, say, 4 or 5 wide receivers that are crushing every single week, where we had DJ Moore as our wide receiver 4, then at that point, maybe we go ahead, we look to package together a receiver with Jordan Love. And if we were to do that and get a massive QB upgrade, where you were able to go like DJ Moore, Jordan Love, and get over to the Jaden Daniels, Lamar, Jalen Hurts range, we would, but you just simply don't have that kind of wide receiver firepower there at 3 and 4. Like, nobody's really going to be paying that price for Keon. Nobody's going to be paying that price for Wicks, and we kind of need him anyway. I think the main thing that you look to do is when we have the anchor receivers, we don't want to be rostering a total of 8 receivers on this team in comparison to 3 running backs. So cut Andrews, pick up a running back, see if we can trade Downs for another RB. And if not, I think you could cut Quentin Johnson for another running back as well. But the players at the top inside the starting lineup, I really do like. Obviously, if you could pivot from Pitts, I would definitely prefer somebody like Tucker Kraft at this point. I would prefer somebody like Laporta at this point. But I just think, like you said already, nobody in your league mates are interested in these tight ends. That's why I don't even think that we can spend a ton of time telling you to trade Mark Andrews. I think you're kind of stuck as is, but I'm definitely rooting for you, my guy. It's just specifically in this 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, I don't think we should be only rostering 3 running backs. If it was a league where you could start like 4 or 5 wide receivers, you could definitely get away with it. But let's move this over. And if you have any questions, please drop them in the chat. Would be happy to answer as many as we possibly could. TJ says, should we trade Chase for Lamb even though we have Burrow as well? So I have Jamar Chase in the Flock League. I would trade Jamar Chase for CeeDee Lamb. And you know what? I will. Okay. Let me pull up what we have with the Flock League, and I will send this offer. I have Chase. I would get Lamb. I just shot a message to the owner of CeeDee Lamb in the Flock League, and I'll let you know what he says. But yeah, even if I had Burrow, I would rather have Chase over Lamb. Obviously, Cincinnati Bengals offense looks phenomenal. I just think with Lamb, with the consistent target share that you're going to have, like, what's the floor with CeeDee Lamb? I think the floor with CeeDee Lamb is he's still a mid-wide receiver 1. Like, I don't see how that could really ever change here. Okay. Brandon says Chase looking like wide receiver 1. I mean, I understand that, yes, in a game where Joe Burrow has 5 passing touchdowns, Jamar Chase goes absolutely nuclear. And if Burrow manages to have 4 to 5 passing touchdowns a week going into the future, Chase will continue to go nuclear. But I don't know if we can say that passing volume is going to be consistent in Cincinnati. I don't know if it's time to sell Chase. Just in terms of my wide receiver rankings, I'm not going to have Chase wide receiver 1 overall. I think we have Chase 4 overall. Actually, now we probably do have to have Chase ahead of Jefferson. Let's go ahead and let's definitely update that. We'll put Chase ahead of Jefferson at 3. But I'd probably rather have St. Brown as well, because St. Brown's already through his bye if it's a full PPR format. Let me see if I can shoot a message to the... Let me also see what's the passing volume that we've had for St. Brown so far. Well, okay. W Dex says Kyron for Brees straight up. I'd definitely rather have Kyron over Brees rest of season. But let me see. St. Brown already through the bye. St. Brown 3 straight weeks, 20 fantasy points. Obviously, week 1, you get the absolute dud. Looking at what we've had from Chase. The 30-point week back in week 3. 2 weeks down. I mean, but before this 12 target performance for Chase, 6 targets, 7 targets, 5 targets, 6 targets. Now, obviously, we held strong on to Jamar Chase as that elite wide receiver 1, expecting this to be a very good offense going into the future. But I don't know if we're like now going from like, it's what you expect with mid wide receiver 1s, right? High end wide receiver 1s. Like you're going to have these blow up games if the quarterback has the passing volume. You had 392 passing yards for Burrow this week, 5 passing touchdowns. Higgins still had a considerable amount of volume. Can y'all spam the chat? Would y'all rather have St. Brown or would you rather have Chase rest of season? Okay. Josh says, but do you think Chase will not try as hard if the Bengals have a losing season in weeks 10 or 12? I think I don't think you should be making your decision off that. We got Chase, St. Brown, Chase, St. Brown, Chase, St. Brown, St. Brown, St. Brown. Chase, St. Brown, St. Brown. It is tough. Obviously, Chase coming off the monstrous performance, but Chase, you still have, because the thing is too, and I know this sounds dumb, but if you're trading for that guy that's already through his bye, you are getting just that extra game that should move the needle for you just a bit. I mean, if you're thinking about Chase, you don't have him in week 12. So with no Jamar Chase in week 12, how many weeks are there left until we get to the playoffs? Playoffs start week 15. We have 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. We got 10 weeks left. So missing a week means you missed 10% of the remaining season, which is dumb to view it that way. But that's also another reason why we would maybe have Nico Collins a little bit lower in our rest of season rankings. Where if Nico Collins still needs to go through his bye, Nico Collins still has 2 weeks possibly out with this injury. Then, I mean, what? At that point, you're missing an additional 30% of the regular season if you're holding on to Nico Collins versus pivoting off to like A.J. Brown. Somebody's already been through his bye that is fully healthy. Chris, welcome to being a member of the flock. Yoda says, Terry for DK Metcalf. I would rather have DK Metcalf. The general says, what about the neighbor's concussion? I don't know what that has to do with anything. I think Neighbors back this week. Yeah, I'm operating under the assumption that Malik Neighbors will be back this week. Obviously, I haven't seen that as the case 100%. We don't know if he will be or not. But I think there's a good shot. Okay. Let's see. Aleem says, Mason, what do you think the worst take opinion on a player this offseason? Derrick Henry, Laporta. Worst take that we've had by far is Josh Jacobs over Derrick Henry. Not only did we have that take on YouTube, but I did it with my underdog teams as well. Where I can go through and I can pull up the percentage of drafts that I took Jacobs versus the percentage of drafts that I took Derrick Henry. Let's go active drafts or live drafts. I apologize. Yeah, how many drafts did I take Henry in versus? I took Henry in 3% of drafts versus Jacobs in about 8% of drafts. So I've almost triple the amount of Josh Jacobs and Derrick Henry, which does not look good at all. Like the Laporta, obviously we drafted a lot of Sam Laporta in round 4. And Laporta hasn't scored a touchdown, so that looks gross. But honestly, I think Laporta can still get there rest of season based off how bad the other tight ends have been. Okay. Let's move this over. Noah says Chase Brown over Stevenson this week. For sure if you have no Zach Moss. For sure if you have no Zach Moss, you have to go with Chase Brown. Now, obviously, if Moss does play, we're going to have to read the practice reports. We're going to have to try to get some gauge on what the usage is going to be. But it is what it is. Crooner says, I traded Devonta for Diggs lot. Is this assuming that's Devontae Adams? I would definitely rather have Diggs over Adams, especially with the Nico injury. Cole says, how high are you on TJ Hawkinson? We can look at my Hawkinson ranking and y'all can judge me on it. Let me know if I'm too high or too low. I probably put Hawkinson, now that we're a week closer to returning, ahead of Njoku and Evan Ingram. Having Hawkinson about tied in 11 right behind Goddard and Pitts. Would y'all rather have Hawkinson higher or lower than tied in 11? Higher or lower than tied in 11? Okay, I do not see anybody in the chat saying anything here. We got higher, lower, higher, lower, higher, stay, lower, higher, stay. So it looks like literally we have an even amount for higher, an even amount for lower, and an even amount for keep as is. So it looks like a pretty good ranking in that case. Okay. Oh, let's move this over. I'm excited to see Hawkinson in this offense. Because, I mean, obviously, Sam Darnold has looked so damn good so far this season. But Hawkinson comes in, possibly is just another weapon for him here. Could be even better. Okay. Nicholas says, would you take Waddle, Swift, and Kupp for Amon-Ra St. Brown and Chuba Hubbard? Give me Swift over Chuba, knowing that Brooks may be coming back in. It looks like the Panthers' offense is on the downtrend, whereas the Bears' offense is on the uptrend. Give me St. Brown very easily over Kupp and Waddle. I'm going to go with the St. Brown side. I think St. Brown's the best player. St. Brown's already through his bye, so you're going to get an extra week as well. Okay, so let's move this over and let's make sure that we're getting through all the guaranteed answers through the site. And of course, if you ever wanted a guaranteed answer, you can always go to flockfantasy.com. You go over to flockfantasy.com and you can just go to the button here at the top right corner, the comment button that says expert advice. You can ask a team review, trade question, start sit question, whatever you're wanting. But definitely if you wanted the team review, what I would recommend doing is I'd recommend heading over to Underdog Fantasy. And if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, with promo code FLOCK, you will get that free Patrick Mahomes pick, less than half a total yard for the game tonight, and a free full team review through flockfantasy.com that we're doing the live streams every single night. Just make sure that you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your account on Underdog Fantasy. Okay, let's move this back. Okay. Our next question is going to be a trade question from Breezy. Here we are sending Jordan Mason, Dontavian Wicks for Deebo Samuel. I think we looked at the roster earlier, and this is a team that if you do not need the Jordan Mason production right now, and the only thing you are focused in on is long-term upside, I think you can make an argument for Deebo Samuel. Which I think that was the context of this team where Jordan Mason was like our RB3 or RB4. Where obviously if McCaffrey does come in the long term, and then at that point, you maybe have to be a little bit concerned about the usage dipping for Jordan Mason. And all of a sudden, if you don't cash out now, you may not be able to get anything. Now, obviously, if you need the Jordan Mason production, where we need that RB value, then you're probably just going to hold on to Jordan Mason here. So I think it's very, very team dependent. Now, let's move this over with high wattage. Saying, I'm only considering it because down the stretch last year, Gibbs got all the work. Yeah, I'd rather have Aaron Jones over David Montgomery. 100%. Yeah, Gibbs is going to be a threat at the goal line, of course. Gibbs a threat as a receiver. Aaron Jones appears to have all the receiving usage. Aaron Jones is an offense that I thought was going to be worse than it is. Now, we haven't ranked very close. We have RB14 and RB15 rest of season. But as long as this Aaron Jones injury isn't serious, I think you very easily make an argument for Aaron Jones here. Now, B or something like that coming out with the trade question says, Drake London, George Pickens versus Devonta Smith, T. Higgins, and Josh Downs. So going from London to Devonta Smith is a downgrade. Pickens to Higgins is an upgrade. Downs has almost no value for me. So to be honest with you, I'd probably keep the best player here. I'd probably keep Drake London. I know a lot of people are going to go on the Devonta Smith, T. Higgins, and Josh Downs side of this. My thought process, like I said, is once Anthony Richardson does come back into this offense, Josh Downs is a legitimate 0. Right? I don't know if you can expect to get a single usable week out of Josh Downs. So I'd almost just rather have the guaranteed volume of London. Now, Pradaluigi coming out says, hey, Mason, what's up? Big fan. Appreciate the content. I'm officially 3-2. Lost one of my weeks because of the Rice injury, unfortunately. I feel like I'm in a good spot to go far this year, but would love to hear what you think I can do to make the team better. The buy-in was 150, so I need to win the pot. Yes, sir. Thank you so much for being a member of the flock. Thank you for taking advantage of that free Underdog promo. Do appreciate it. And here, looking at the league analyzer, yeah, we are one of the top 3 teams. There's this little grouping of the top 3 teams, and then that pretty sharp drop-off to everybody at 4 and below. Now, it is a 12-team league where you can start 4 receivers weekly, so the wide receiver depth actually does matter here a considerable amount. Starting off at quarterback, we have Kyler and Tua, obviously assuming that Tua is on the IR for us. If we weren't able to put Tua on the IR, then at that point, we would just go ahead and cut him. Obviously, Kyler's a quarterback that we can just roster and start every single week, regardless of the matchup, considering what we have here with the rushing upside. But yeah, super comfortable spot to be at with our QB. Going over to running back, we have the 2 anchors. We have Gibbs and Breece Hall. I mean, even if you're looking at Breece as a running back that's extremely disappointing in comparison to what you drafted him to be, he's still probably a top 10 running back. He's still probably somebody that you are starting pretty much every week. So I don't want to sit here and act like, oh my gosh, this is a running back room that needs a dramatic overhaul. No, right? We have 2 anchors. One of the anchors is already through his bye as well. We have Swift here as a viable third option. We have Raheem Mostert as a whatever depth piece. We have Miller that possibly ends up doing something down the stretch, most likely not. And then going over to what you're looking at with the wide receivers here. We have Marvin Harrison Jr., the stud alpha wide receiver 1. Am I excited to have him as my wide receiver 1? Probably not. I'd definitely be a little more pumped to have him wide receiver 2. But Diggs is a great wide receiver 2. DJ Moore is a great wide receiver 2. T. Higgins is a great wide receiver 2. So specifically in a league where you can start 4 wide receivers every week, and it's a 12-team format, this is what we want to be doing. We want to be building around the depth at wide receiver, all these guys that we can start weekly. I mean, maybe it's a little bit overkill having Tank Dell, Keon Coleman, and Calvin Ridley here all at the same time as well. If you really wanted to go ahead and potentially look to move off of, say, the Calvin Ridley packaging with DeAndre Swift and getting an upgrade at running back for one of the flex spots, or getting an upgrade at running back just in case you were to have that injury to Breece Hall or Jahmyr Gibbs, you definitely can look to do it. If it was a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, I'd be screaming that we need to sell DJ Moore, that we need to sell T. Higgins, and we need to go get an upgrade at tight ends. But specifically with this being a league where you can start 4 wide receivers weekly, I think that you are in a really good spot as is. And then going over to tight ends here, we are sitting with Hawkinson for the long term. We have Evan Ingram. We have Tyler Conklin in the short term, obviously with the assumption that Evan Ingram comes back this week. I think you probably go ahead and you probably just cut Tyler Conklin and pick up another running back off the waiver wire. There's a chance that you get back Evan Ingram. There's a chance that you get back TJ Hawkinson. So kind of regardless here, I mean, I absolutely would love to go through, pick up the extra running back off the waiver wire, but moving on from Tyler Conklin. And if we really need to go back to the waiver wire and drop the running back that we just picked up for a viable tight end option this week, if both these guys miss, we definitely can do it. But not necessarily something that we have to. But I think it's a great team specifically because your league format. I don't really think that there are too many moves to make. Like we said, if you could upgrade from DeAndre Swift, take the 2 weeks that we just had and get that long-term viable option, that'd be great. The reality is I think it's probably just an easier move to cut Conklin, pick up another running back that you like with upside off waivers, and then roll with this team going into the future based off the league settings that it is. Like we said, definitely the top 3 teams here are in their own little group, which we're in, which is nice to see. But I do appreciate you and really hope that we were able to help you out in some way with this. And thank you again for being a member of the flock. But let's move this over to Jake A. Says, just locked up 5-0. Do you think my team can handle this trade? If not Smith, then who can we offer? Yes, we go get Breece Hall. The other wide receivers we have, Reed. I mean, hell, I'll trade Jaden Reed for Breece Hall. The other receiver we have, really, those are the only guys that we could offer, presumably. But yeah, while Breece has been extremely disappointing, I still think it's an absolute no-brainer to go out there and trade a high-end wide receiver 2 for him. If you look at the first 3 weeks, Breece was great, even with the Braylon Allen usage. He was getting there as a receiver. The main concerns that you have is the offensive line slash I don't know. The offensive line, as well as what you're looking at with the efficiency from Aaron Rodgers. But the Braylon Allen usage really didn't spike this past week. It's not like Breece Hall all of a sudden got significantly worse over the past 2 weeks because Braylon Allen was playing 50% of the snaps. Braylon Allen's been having the same snap rate pretty much all season. So yeah, I think we go Breece. But Simon Thomas coming out with a roster review. Appreciate you. Going to be excited to check it out. Hey, Mason, currently 4-1 and 3rd in points scored. I've had some big injuries, but I managed. Wondering if there are any moves you would think about making. Okay, so first off, congrats on being 4-1. I was convinced I was 4-1 all freaking day Sunday, and then hell happened at the very end. But anyway, 4-1, you have a ton of flexibility. I will say, if we're looking at the league analyzer, definitely we're near the bottom, so don't love to see it. And it's a league where we can start a bunch of receivers every single week. So it is a format where depth actually does matter a considerable amount, even though it's only a 10-team league. And honestly, pulling up this roster as well, it looks like we have a ton of bench spots too. So usually I look at a 10-team league, go, okay, let's spaz 2-for-1 deals. Let's spaz 3-for-1 deals. But here, that's not necessarily the case. Here, I think you definitely want to be a little more balanced with the approach that we have. Starting off at quarterback, we are currently sitting with Lamar Jackson. Obviously, when we have Lamar, he's QB1. We don't need a backup. You're just going through, you're starting him every single week, regardless of the matchup. There's not really anything to talk about here. Going over to what we have at running back, we are currently sitting with Kyren Williams, Christian McCaffrey, Jordan Mason in this lineup. So looking at Kyren Williams, this is a running back that is that anchor, top 3 running back for me rest of season, especially coming out of the bye. We should have some of these injuries be better here in Los Angeles. You'll have another week closer to Puka Nacua returning. Sounds like Cooper Kupp may be back in week 7. So I think that the Rams are honestly kind of an offense to go in on. I am surprised. I thought they were going to collapse over the past 2 weeks, given the injuries that you've had to both the offensive line and the receivers here. Impressive that they were able to keep it together. I think Kyren Williams will be even better going into the future. CMC, Jordan Mason. We have the combo of the long-term upside of running back and the short-term production. On a 4-1 team, obviously you could look to throw Jordan Mason on the trade block. And if you get some massive return, we could look to go ahead and take it, but not necessarily something that you are needing to do. Now, going over to what we have with Chubb, Chase Brown, Tyrone Tracy. Chubb, you have the long-term upside. Chase Brown looks like he may be viable right now. Tracy looks like he may be viable right now. Blake Corum, Isaac Garindo. If we have Mason and CMC, I don't know if we love rostering 3 Niners backs here. Because there are a ton of bench spots on this team, I don't think we have to tell you to drop Garindo, but it would be something that I would potentially look at if you can find somebody that you like off the waiver wire. Going over to wide receiver, it's a very weak wide receiver room, specifically for a 10-team format at the top. But what we need to be thinking about more so, given the league settings that we have with the amount of starters we can put in, will be the depth of receiver. And also because we are 4-1, we're thinking a little more long-term than short-term. We have Higgins, Brian Thomas, Jalen Waddle, Shaheed. I think Brian Thomas will get better as the season goes on. I think Waddle will get better as the season goes on. I think it's a great wide receiver room in general. And we have Rashee Rice here, potentially, who could come back late in the season. Obviously not something that we want to be relying on, but something that could potentially happen. Trying to think if there's anything that this team could reasonably do, because that tight end we have Ferguson, so we have the tight end that we're going to start every week. I think this is a great team optimized for your format in particular. I'm trying to think about if there's anything we could potentially do here. I mean, if you could pivot from like Shaheed and Downs and get some more long-term upside at wide receiver, maybe go get a player like I don't know, Puka Nacua, that you're not going to see in the short term, but in the long term could be really exciting. Pivot off of T. Higgins and go get a player like Cooper Kupp. The thing is, while typically those are the moves that we're looking to make on a 4-1 roster, I don't necessarily know if that's a no-brainer for this team to make in particular, because with this team, we are dealing with the Christian McCaffrey injury already. We are dealing with the Nick Chubb injury already. So for our team in particular, I think it may make sense to be a little bit more balanced. I think it's a great team, optimized for your format. You can make a couple of those moves that we mentioned, but specifically because the amount of starters that you have to get in this lineup, the injuries that we are already dealing with, the long-term outlook that we already have on a 4-1 roster, I think you've already put yourself in a good spot where there's really not much to be doing. I wish I had more for you. I promise you I do. But thank you again for being a member of the vlog. Congrats on the really hot start there. I'm going over to Chris Michaels. Says, I got Tyreek, Achane, Jordan Mason on my team. Trade offer for A.J. Brown, CMC for Reek and Achane. Is it worth the deal? Going from Tyreek to A.J. Brown, upgrade. Achane to CMC, downgrade. Can y'all spam the chat? What side would you rather have? In my mind, I think this probably just comes down to, what are your expectations with Tua? If you think that Tua comes back in 2 weeks from now, then maybe you just go ahead and take the Miami guys. If you think that Tua has no shot to come back in, then obviously you're going with the CMC and A.J. Brown side of this. But please spam the chat. Do you want the Tyreek or the A.J. Brown side? Tyreek and Achane or A.J. Brown and CMC? Okay. CMC and Brown for one vote. Achane Hill for the other. CMC Brown. Achane Hill. So far we're 50-50. We're 2-2 on each. Achane Hill, CMC Brown. So we're still 50-50. Now we're 3-3 on each. CMC Brown, Hill, CMC Brown, Hill, CMC, Hill. So it does look like slightly more people are preferring the McCaffrey side. I do think it's up to you. For me personally, I have no idea how we can project Christian McCaffrey out with his injury. I do think that Tua probably comes back just because the money. I would be very surprised if he does end up retiring. But it is what it is here. I think it's up to you. I think it's up to you. AJ Brown at this point is the most valuable asset in the deal. And I guess when in doubt, you go with the best player. Now, Card Chisel coming out with a question. It says, am I fleeced? I need to consolidate my bench somehow. If this sucks, do you recommend anything? So going from Terry to Pittman, downgrade. Brian Thomas, Dobbins up to Wilson is an upgrade. I think Wilson's probably the best player here. Looking down on the bench, if instead of us trading an exciting player on the upswing, such as Brian Thomas, if you could give up Amari Cooper, I would way rather trade away Amari here than I would Thomas. Instead of trading away Brian Thomas, another thing that you could look to do is, yeah, this is a team that you definitely need to consolidate. So I agree. Yeah, you just have so much talent here that on another roster, I probably don't look to do this. What you could do is maybe try to get a better receiver back than Pittman. I guess Pittman's really the only guy that they have in this range. Who do we have at tight ends? Our tight ends, Kate Otten and TJ Hawkinson. So maybe instead of Pittman, if you can get Laporta, I think that would give us an upgrade at tight end. And I don't think we really need a receiver back there because we're already so strong with this roster. Now, we already answered that one for Chris Michael. So let's go over and let's answer some more of the questions that we have in the live chat. If you have any questions, please drop them in the chat. We'll be happy to try to answer as many as we can for free here. Ferd says, where do y'all think CMC is going to end up if he misses half the year but does really well the rest? Is he still a first rounder or no? That is a very, very interesting question. In terms of where McCaffrey will get drafted in 2025. Because the thing I want to say is, oh, well, McCaffrey was drafted back in 2017. McCaffrey's that older back, so no matter what, he would slide down compared to where he was drafted in 2024. But at the same time, the running backs that had the age concerns this season, the running backs that you had age concerns with were Derrick Henry, Christian McCaffrey, Alvin Kamara, Joe Mixon. And I guess maybe two of them do get injured. Yes, you have McCaffrey, and yes, you have Mixon both going down. But then the other two guys that you were concerned with age over ended up winning leagues. So it is a really good question there. Okay. Lucas says he is a guaranteed first rounder every year. I can guarantee you there'll be a year where Christian McCaffrey is not drafted in the first round. I don't know when that will be. Maybe it's 2025. Maybe it's 2026. Bry Fieri says, do we think Hopkins is getting traded? I mean, it would make a lot of sense for Hopkins to get dealt. It's not like Tennessee has anything to win. Hopkins, expensive wide receiver that is not going to be able to move the needle for this team. You just paid Calvin Ridley $72 million. So I think if Tennessee loses a few more games, you could very easily see Hopkins getting dealt. Chris says, any news on the Mixon or Aaron Jones injury? We can go ahead and we can pull up the new stuff that we have. I did see that Joe Mixon is still undetermined for this week. Okay. Underdog NFL. So here are the updated news blurbs that we have. Joe Mixon uncertain for week 6. Let me see if we can go back down to the Aaron Jones news that we had. God dang, where did that Aaron Jones blurb go? I'll search, see if we can find anything with Aaron Jones. Despite leaving today's game with hip injury, Vikings running back Aaron Jones is expected to play in Week 7 when the team returns from its bye to face the Lions. So how many teams are on bye this week? We have the Vikings on bye. We have the Dolphins on bye. We have the Chiefs on bye. Here's the 4th team on bye. Dolphins. Dolphins are on bye. I don't know if we said that. So Dolphins, Chiefs, Vikings. I think we already said Dolphins, actually. Who's the 4th? The Rams are on bye. Okay. And then Week 7, we have Bears, Cowboys. Week 9. Week 8, nobody on bye. Week 9, Steelers, Niners. Week 10, Browns, Packers, Raiders. Let me just show this over here. Week 12, massive bye weeks in weeks 12 and 14. Falcons, Bills, Bengals, Jags, Saints, Jets. Week 14, we have Ravens, Broncos, Texans, Colts, Pats, and Commanders. Okay. Jay says Jonathan Taylor injury news. We're not going to get a lot of injury news today. I mean, it's Monday, right? So it's not like the Colts play on Sunday and then they immediately go, hey, Jonathan Taylor, we need to get a practice report out for you on Monday. No. Teams aren't practicing today. We're not really going to get updated news. Of course, things will come out through the course of the week, but Trey Sermon may be an okay play again. We did get a report out of Indianapolis, which is kind of base expectation, but we were confirmed that if you do have Anthony Richardson healthy, he is the starting quarterback for the team. Reggie says, are we dropping Leggett? We actually did get a Leggett report here as well, where the report with Leggett is he is day-to-day with the shoulder. So with the chance that Leggett is still good to go, you don't have to drop him. I think it does depend on your league settings, because obviously if this offense goes back to being one of the worst offenses in the league, then probably not as excited about the wide receiver 2 in it. Josh says Shaheed better not drop 34 points or else I'm losing. If Shaheed drops 34 points, it will make for an interesting live stream tonight. I'll say that. Steve says thoughts on Dowdle now. Dowdle looks a lot better now. I mean, with Dowdle, the man, I believe, does play a career high amount of snaps this past week. Obviously looks great. Gets you the receiving touchdown. Sees a season high with the amount of touches. Do we have the snap rates? Yeah, Rico Dowdle up to 50% of the snaps here in Dallas, which isn't much higher than we had with the prior 4 weeks, but it is the highest mark of the year. 20 rush attempts as well, and then the continued usage as a receiver. Okay. America says, my season so far, week 1, lose A.J. Brown. Week 2, lose Cooper Kupp. Week 3, Waddle, no Tua. Week 4, Rashee Rice. Week 5, Nico. Who do I even grab? Thank God I had Tolbert with Dak last night. Well, good news is we'll get A.J. Brown this week. We'll get Cooper back next week coming out of the bye. And then possibly Tua's returns right around the corner. Rashee Rice hasn't been ruled out for the season. So you may struggle here this week and next week, but honestly, long term, looks great. Okay, let's move this over. And here, I need to ask everybody this in the live chat real quick. I may be cooking up a trade in the Flock League. Rest of season, would y'all rather have CeeDee Lamb or would you rather have Jamar Chase? Would you rather have Chase or Lamb rest of season? One vote Lamb. Chase, Lamb, Chase. Lamb, Chase, Lamb, Chase, Lamb. Lamb, Chase, Lamb, Chase. I know Lamb has less competition, which is why I'd be considering. It looks like most people would rather have Chase. Let me see if I can cook something up. But we'll wait till after the game tonight. But let's move this over. We will get all the questions answered that have been put through the site. I think we only have 6 or 7 more to get to, then we can get back to the questions in the live chat. But of course, if you wanted to get a guaranteed team review or guaranteed question by any means, you can always go to flockfantasy.com and hit the link in the top right corner. There you can hit expert advice, get a team review, trade question, start sit question, whatever you are wanting. If you did want that team review, definitely recommend taking advantage of the promo that we have with Underdog Fantasy. Or if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, with promo code FLOCK, you will get that free Patrick Mahomes pick, more than less than half a total yard for the game tonight. And on top of that, you'll be getting to take advantage of that free team review on flockfantasy.com. Just make sure that you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your account on Underdog Fantasy if you're wanting that free team review on top of it. But let's move this over. This next question coming out from Flip Flap. This is Alien versus Jerry Sandusky. Here we are the 8th team in the league analyzer. Not great, but if you look at how this is broken down, very, very even league. The team at the bottom looks like they're probably trash, but outside of that, everybody is relatively close. Our record coming into tonight is currently 2-2. I'm assuming we started Darnold this week, so maybe we are in a tough spot. Maybe we are going to be 2-3. We also probably started Bijan. We had no age. At least we had Wilson. I wonder what the record is with the squad. But anyway, a couple different things to point out. One, we are rostering 3 QBs. Let me just confirm, but it does say that this is a 1 quarterback format. And yeah, the Kyler team only has 1 QB. The Josh Allen team only has 1 quarterback. So this is currently a 1 quarterback format where we are rostering 3 guys. Definitely an adjustment we want to be making is we need to let go of one of these backup quarterbacks. Whether that's going to be Sam Darnold, whether that's going to be Joe Flacco, it is up to you. I would way rather have Sam Darnold on my team than Joe Flacco. But like I said, it is a personal preference thing. It is whatever you are looking for. But yeah, cut 1. We want to pick up a wide receiver off waivers. It is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. So the wide receiver depth doesn't matter too much in terms of their floor. But instead, we are prioritizing upside, upside, upside if we can get it. Now, at running back, we have Bijan, Pollard. So running back 1, running back 2. Not super, super excited about it, but definitely can get by with this running back room, right? Like, not going to be a problem here at RB. Going over to Tyler Algier, Roshan Johnson, Emmanuel Wilson, Cam Akers. Akers is probably a running back that we can go ahead and let go of. Knowing that he only played 30% of the snaps this past week against Buffalo. While he does get there with the rushing touchdown, there is the chance that Joe Mixon does come back. And even if Mixon does miss this week, I don't even know if you wouldn't start Cam Akers here anyway. You'd start A.J. Brown, Garrett Wilson at wide receiver, Christian Kirk at the flex, Bijan and Tony Pollard at running back. So if we're not starting Akers even with no Joe Mixon, and there's a chance that Mixon does come back, I think you just go ahead and you just let him go. Now, moving over to what we have at wide receiver. We have A.J. Brown, Garrett Wilson, Jalen Waddle, Christian Kirk, Xavier Legette. So really do like the wide receiver room. A.J. Brown, Garrett Wilson, locked and loaded wide receiver 1s rest of season. Jalen Waddle, obviously in the short term, not super exciting. In the long term, should be a wide receiver that once we get Tua back in, we have another high-end wide receiver 2 that we're able to put in our flex spot. Christian Kirk is the viable short-term fill-in as we wait for Tua to make it back to Miami. So overall, really like what we have at receiver. We have the elite tight end with Kittle. I think that this is a strong team. The main thing that I'm going to be looking to do, however, is if you could potentially go ahead and let go of Flacco, pick up another wide receiver or running back off the waiver wire, see if there's a running back off waivers that'd be more interesting than Cam Akers. I don't think a trade here makes a ton of sense, particularly selling wide receiver depth, which is typically what we would want to be doing in a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. Because we have to wait for Jalen Waddle to come back out of the bye and get Tua back in before Christian Kirk becomes an expendable asset. But if that does happen and we get Tua back in, and then at that point you can go and sell Kirk and Pollard and go get a running back upgrade from somebody maybe dealing with some wide receiver injuries. We would look to make that pivot, but I just don't think you can right now. I think you probably just have to make the waiver wire moves. But overall, I think it's a really good team built around wide receivers. Hopefully we won this week. Hopefully we are 3-2. And I think the only thing that you can do right now as we wait for Tua to come back for Waddle is optimize specifically the depth that the team has. Now let's move this over for JMO Gingers. Is currently sitting at 1-4. Well, we do have one of the better teams with the league analyzer. League isn't super trade friendly, so we'll probably have to pay up for trades. Just sent an offer out for Montgomery, AJ Brown / Achane and Ayuk. So if we are 1-4, the moves that we are looking to make, we are trying to sell the long-term upside, and we are trying to get production in right this second. Starting off quarterback, obviously we're starting Kyler every week, regardless of the matchup, given the rushing upside that we have. So if it would be a possibility to take the fact that you've had a ton of passing volume as of late and Geno Smith has looked great, if you're able to potentially sell Geno Smith in a 2-for-1 deal with somebody didn't get an upgrade elsewhere, we would. But again, much easier said than done. Going over to what we have at running back, we're currently sitting with Barkley, Achane, Dowdle, Tracy, and Hill. First thing is, based off Lamar having about 400 freaking passing yards last week and all the passing touchdowns, and Justice Hill still not getting there, and now that Keaton Mitchell looks like he's going to be coming back in relatively soon, I think you can go ahead. I think that you could look to let go of Justice Hill and pick up a different option on the waiver wire. And then with Devon Achane, if you wanted to pivot over and get a stud like A.J. Brown that's going to help us win right this second, I think it does make sense, because while obviously Achane does have the long-term upside, we are sacrificing the short-term production with no Tua in this offense. And on a team that's currently 1-4, we need to be optimizing for the short-term production rather than the long-term upside. Going over to wide receiver, it's a league where you can start up to 4 receivers weekly. So in that instance, wide receiver depth definitely does matter a little bit more. Here we have Harrison, Ayuk, Jameson, Kirk, DeAndre Hopkins, Mike Williams, Allen Lazard, Jordan Whittington. So you know what we probably have to do is, one, we probably need to move Mike Williams down our rest of season ranks. And honestly, at this point, I hate to say it, I drafted a decent amount of Mike Williams in underdog drafts. Looks like it's just a complete wasted pick at this point. But I think you could potentially let go of Mike Williams here if this offense is going to be this inefficient going into the future. I definitely would rather have Tolbert. I mean, I'd rather have Tolbert ahead of a lot of these players at this point with the Brandon Cooks injury. I'll probably move Tolbert up to about wide receiver minimum ahead of Sutton and right in the range of like Wandale, Keenan, Ridley, Shakir. But beyond that, I think Mike Williams probably falls down to being in a range where you'd rather have Polk, you'd rather have Whittington. And even in this league where the wide receiver depth matters a little bit more, if the efficiency in this offense isn't going to be here, So I probably would look to just cut Mike Williams, pick up a potential running back off waivers. Going over to tight end, we have Kincaid. Kincaid, obviously, we're excited to start every week. Definitely doesn't look to be as good as we thought he was going to be in drafts, but with how bad the rest of the tight end position looks as well, I think that you are completely fine to just roster Kincaid here and chill for now. I'm trying to think if there's anything else we can do. Since it's a league where you can start 4 receivers weekly, I don't love the idea of going through and selling some of the wide receiver depth to go get an upgrade at running back too. But that Achane and Ayuk for A.J. Brown and David Montgomery trade makes a ton of sense, especially as those other two players are already through their bye. And on a team that's 1-4 where we can't be thinking about playoff upside, and instead you need to be thinking about production right this second, I think you go ahead, make that pivot, honestly, relatively easily as well. And yeah, really do like the setup. If you're able to pivot from that long-term upside, get the production in this week. I think we can move to 2-4. We have the elite quarterback. We have him stacked up with Harrison. The main thing is obviously we need that Arizona stack to come through for us, but I really do appreciate you and really hope that we're able to help you out in some way. But yeah, and definitely need to be making that play to try to win this week so we don't fall to 1-5. Let's move this over and let's answer as many free chat questions as we can. So if you have any questions, please drop them in the chat. Be happy to get to as many as possible. Leo says, if I do a team rating on flockfantasy.com, how long before I see it on stream? Right now, I think we only have about 5 or 6 questions that we need to get to through the site. So if you asked a question through flockfantasy.com, it would 100% be before the game that it would get answered. And it would probably be in about 20 minutes. Let's see. I don't see. Katon says Olave or Jaden Reed rest of season. I had Chris Olave ranked ahead of Jaden Reed rest of season before the Jaden Reed performance. So Jalen Reed performance. And honestly, after Jalen Reed disappoints in a game where you had no Christian Watson, you had no Romeo Doubs, and we're expecting to potentially get these receivers back in, I think it's very easily Olave. I would rather have Olave over Reed. Red Toad Squad says, Kyron for Jefferson. I have JT Jacobs and James Conner. If you don't need the running back production, I think you can 100% go with Justin Jefferson. I mean, obviously, there is no harm whatsoever in going for Jefferson. Okay. Clayton says, trade targets for Daniels in a full PPR format. I'll show you where we have Jaden Daniels in our rest of season ranks real quick. Let's go over to rankings, rest of season, overall. And obviously, if you see my rankings, go to the sort by and then go down to Mason Dodd. Let's see if we need to tweak these at all. I have Jaden Daniels here at QB3. If you're looking to pivot to a running back, I'd want like Bijan, Achane, Walker, Brees. Wide receiver, I'd want Harrison, Wilson, Nico. In the bottom range of this, you'd be looking for like Godwin, Kupp, Debo. Or bottom end running back, you're going to be looking for like James Cook, Joe Mixon, Josh Jacobs. I mean, Jaden Daniels is an elite fantasy football asset. I mean, is an elite fantasy football asset. Okay. Drio says, Hubbard for Bijan, is that too low of a oh my gosh, this is Bijan Robinson by a mile. Chuba Hubbard, and this is like, these are the questions which lead to me putting Chuba Hubbard on the trade block. I mean, not on the trade block, on a sell high video, and have everybody coming out and screaming at me saying, oh, nobody would ever buy him for that. Nobody would ever buy him for that. I'm sitting here going, I don't know. No, I see it. So yes, if you can sell Chuba Hubbard before you get in what should be a very, 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 very good running back in Jonathan Brooks, I would. Of course, hook 'em horns, maybe a little bit biased. But even if Chuba Hubbard has a large role when Jonathan Brooks comes back in, it doesn't matter if he is still seeing touches weekly, which he will. It's not like it's all going to be Jonathan Brooks. But the thing is, do you want a committee running back in one of the worst offenses in the league? I would make the argument that you don't want a committee running back in one of the worst offenses in the league. Okay. Let's move this over. Rex says Achane and Diggs for A.J. Brown and Aaron Jones. I would rather have A.J. Brown and Aaron Jones. A perfect bye week timing for Aaron Jones to be missing this week. Get fully healthy going into week 7. C-Spaz says, what's the move on Rachaad White? We had Rachaad White as that sell high candidate a few weeks ago. Obviously, at this point, now everybody is on the Bucky Irving train. So, to be honest with you, I don't know if you will be able to sell Rachaad White for anything. To be honest with you, you're probably just stuck with him. Okay. Hi says, should I still believe in Deebo Samuel? Yeah, I mean, there's nothing that really changes here in San Francisco. It's still a high-scoring offense. It's still very concentrated between the top few options. You know what actually hurts Deebo? And I know this is going to sound really dumb, so just prepare for it. But you know what hurts Deebo a little bit more than maybe we were expecting? Is obviously we knew that you were going to have specifically Brains and Ayuk taking a decent little share of this offense. But what we weren't expecting is Juwan Jennings to have any involvement. So, like, the more players that touch the ball, like, and this is why you see sometimes, like, the Packers offense is a good example of this, right? This is why we were saying that Jaden Reed's not necessarily like an elite wide receiver one rest of season. You look at the target share, it's like 18%. Even though you go, okay, well, how does that make sense here? Because Jaden Reed's clearly the wide receiver one. It's like, oh, okay, well, they have 10 players touching the football every single week. The Niners in the past haven't been like that. The Niners in the past, well, yeah, you have some serious weapons. You have CMC, you have Kittle, you have Deebo, you have Ayuk. Those are really the only players touching the ball. You don't have like a wide receiver 4, wide receiver 5, tight end 2, running back 2, and it's spread out to so many different options. Now, with that being said, Juwan Jennings coming in and just having a role at all is a little frustrating for the other receivers, and it does make them more inconsistent. But like Deebo Samuel is still somebody you're going to start every week. Brandon Ayuk is still somebody you're going to start every week. Neo says Hall or Bijan Robinson. Obviously, both running backs have been very bad this season. Breece Hall has been the more consistent receiver. So I'm going to go ahead. I will take Breece Hall over Bijan. Okay. Yeah, Deebo getting 3 targets is disgusting. I mean, I thought, obviously, we ranked Deebo Samuel as a must-start name. We ranked Brandon Ayuk as a must-start name this past week. I honestly thought both guys were going to absolutely crush. I mean, given the environment in which you had the highest implied team total of any team in the NFL for the San Francisco 49ers. This Niners offense was projected out to be an elite option. And I mean an elite option. Now, let's move this over and let's answer the questions that we have through the site. Like I said, obviously, you can always answer whatever questions you want through flockfantasy.com, or ask any questions you want. Get a guaranteed answer in the live stream. We're actually not backed up that much at all right now. Just go over to expert advice. You can get a team review, trade question, start sit question, whatever you are wanting. If you wanted that team review, definitely the cheapest way to get it is by taking advantage of the offer that we have with Underdog Fantasy. Or if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, with promo code FLOCK, you'll also be getting that free Patrick Mahomes pick, more than less than half a total yard for the game tonight. And you'll be getting a free team review in the live stream that we are doing every single day. Just make sure that you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as the account that you had on Underdog. But let's move this over and let's get to our next question from Jack. Said, trade questioner, appreciate you, my friends. His thoughts. Then we would try to flip Pittman and Kirk for someone like Terry or Brian Thomas Jr. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's look at this. London, Jacobs, Metcalf for Pollard and Lamb. So going from Jacobs to Pollard is the slight downgrade, but London and Metcalf to CeeDee Lamb is a pretty large upgrade. And then going Pittman and Kirk, I'd be much more excited about getting Brian Thomas Jr. than Terry. Let's figure out what kind of depth we have with this team. This is a 10-team format where you can start 4 receivers weekly. So here, after this trade, our wide receiver room would be CeeDee Lamb, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Christian Kirk, Rashee Rice. And I don't even see Pittman here. I mean, you're putting in the comment that we have Pittman. I don't see Pittman. Do they have Pittman? Oh, okay. Did you mean to include like Pittman on their side? If we get Pittman on their side, it's a much, much better deal. Because, yeah, if you then get Pittman on their side and we can go through and we can package Pittman and Kirk and get back Brian Thomas Jr., I think that would just be an absolute no-brainer in that we get the best asset in the deal and we also have an upgrade in one of those flex spots as well. And Jack says Pittman's in their trade. Yes, Pittman's on their side as well. Well, my guy, really happy to see you. Not going to lie to you. When I just looked at your name in, I didn't think that, I didn't put 2 and 2 together that you were who you are. But now I see it with the profile pick and happy to see you out here with us. And of course, thank you for sticking with us for so damn long now. And yeah, I think you go CeeDee Lamb. I think you get the best player in the deal. And yeah, especially if Pittman's on their side. But sorry, not recognizing the name immediately. That's embarrassing. I know you've been with us for years. Should have recognized right away, my guy. And we are going to hook y'all up with profile picks on flockfantasy.com soon. There are about to be some massive, massive updates on flockfantasy.com. But KHS coming out with our next question. This is a trade question where we are sending Evans and Brian Thomas for Smith and Achane. Brian Thomas, this Achane upgrade. Evans to Devonta Smith upgrade. This is an absolute no-brainer. Like, I didn't draft a lot of Achane this year, to be honest with you. Kind of for my wallet, probably would be good if Achane does not come out here and does not crush, but I'm assuming that we'll be in a spot where you get back Tua into this offense in a couple weeks. Tua's already be gone for 3 weeks. The Achane injury sucks, but it's week 6 bye, so, I mean, perfect timing. I think it's like the perfect example of buying low on Achane and buying low on Smith. Smith's already through his bye as well. Now, Ekelin coming out with our next question. Or Ekelin, I don't know how to pronounce this. It's going to be 4-1. Is moving away from Pickens worth getting rid of James Cook? So James Cook to Bijan Robinson, I do think is a slight upgrade. We have James Cook, RB11, Bijan Robinson, RB10. Going from Pickens to JSN is a slight upgrade as well. I had Pickens wide receiver 35, JSN wide receiver 34. So honestly, I think the correct answer to this question is it's up to your personal preference. It's up to whatever you want, to be honest. My personal preference would be on the Bijan and the JSN side, but as well, your boy could be very biased. Here. And apparently we have Rashee Rice news. Evan, don't be disappointing us here. Let's see. Do we have real Rashee Rice news? Somebody says Rice is cooked. What is this? Ooh, yeah, Rice is cooked. Let's pull this back over. If you had Rashee Rice, I'm sorry. Expected to miss the rest of the season with a damaged ACL. RIP. Rashee Rice. Drafters, if you're looking at my rankings for Rashee Rice, as soon as Rashee Rice went down with an injury, we moved Rashee Rice to the very bottom of our wide receiver rankings, assuming that it was a season-ending injury. So, yeah. I mean, I think it's just kind of an easy spot to just say, okay, well, drop them. They don't even have to move them to your IR. This is funny. Why do bad things always happen to good people? Mahomes' fault in this one. We don't need to read all these. Somebody says Shefty says otherwise. Let's see what Shefty says here. That's from Rappaport. Let's see what Shefty says. Shefty says, after consulting with doctors, there's a lot of optimism that standout Rashee Rice didn't suffer a knee injury as significant as first believed. Rice will be put under anesthesia Tuesday to determine the extent of the injury, but the belief is it could be a much shorter recovery timeline than initially thought. What the hell is going on? Let me go get the official report that we have from... Yeah, Shefty trying to sell high real quick. Let me pull up Ian Rappaport. Ian Rappaport, while Chiefs star Rashee Rice season is expected to be over, he did receive positive news today from Dr. Dan Cooper. Rice needs his LCL repaired, but there's a chance that the only ligament to be repaired. He's expected to make a full recovery. What is going on? I think maybe reading between the lines here, Rashee Rice is possibly out for the fantasy season and has a chance to come back for the real season. How are y'all taking this? Yeah, I mean, Underdog's saying they're following the Rappaport report. So Ian Rappaport, that's what I just tweeted. Thank God we finally have clarity on Rashee Rice. And then you see Shefty saying, Rice will be put under anesthesia Tuesday to determine the extent of his injury, but the belief is now it could be a much shorter recovery timeline than originally thought. And Rapport says, well, Chiefs star receiver season is expected to be over. What the hell does that mean? It is what it is. If you have Rashee Rice, don't think you're going to get anything from him. And honestly, we can all blame it on Mahomes, but Mahomes will make it up for you. You know why? Because if you go over to Underdog, you can get that free Patrick Mahomes pick, more than less than half a total yard for the game tonight if you use promo code FLOCK, plus that 50% deposit bonus and that free team review. And right now, Mahomes is higher, lower, 236.5 passing yards, which is probably the lowest pick'em I've ever seen on Patrick Mahomes passing yards. Have we ever seen a Mahomes pick'em this low? You go through and look at so far this year, 245, 217, 151. I mean, he has been going lower than this. And perfect. I'm perfect. Perfect segue. But let's go through and let's answer some more of the questions that we have here. Kamayer coming out with the trade question. 4-1 in a 12-team double flex. We have St. Brown, A.J. Brown, Cup, Shakir, Mooney. Running backs are H.N. Brian Robinson. What do you think? If we're 4-1, I think you can afford to go get Joe Mixon if you really wanted to. What I'd probably rather do here, to be honest with you, is instead of trading Terry McLaurin and Brian Thomas, is if you could keep one of the receivers and package the other guy with Mooney or package the other guy with Shakir. So like Brian Thomas and Mooney to get Mixon, I'd be very excited about. Brian Thomas and Shakir, or Terry and Mooney, or Terry and Shakir. I think that's probably what we would look to do. But let's move this. Yeah, I know Underdog just said that Rasheed was missing the rest of the season. Underdog's Rasheed report is based off the Ian Rappaport one. And there's the Adam Schefter one that says, I can't pronounce Adam Schefter. I don't know why I can never do it. I always just call him Shefty. But there's the Schefter report that says Rice won't miss as much time as initially worried. And there's the Ian Rappaport report that says Rice is going to miss the season. So I have no idea what's going to happen. No idea. AJK says we need a Rice higher, lower 0.5 receiving yards for tonight. Yeah. Rice higher, lower 0.5 receiving yards rest of season. What are you going with? Oh, for shame says Shefty added saying he's likely out for the season. Let me pull this up. Oh, that felt so good. There's nothing better than a sneeze. Oh my gosh, I needed that. God, that felt so good. Anyway, Shefty just adds, it's unlikely that Chiefs Rasheed Rice will play again this season, but doctors will not know for sure until they perform surgery Tuesday morning, per source. And even if he were to play again this year, it's probably in the scenario that's, oh, okay, Chiefs make the playoffs. Let's get him back in for the divisional round. Let's get him back in for maybe week 17 as a little bit of a ramp up. But I don't know if you can sit here and say that Rasheed Rice is somebody that will make a difference in fantasy football. Danny says, looking rough for your boy. Yeah, Danny was out here in the chat last night bragging about, oh, my training room, we're going to get these guys into shape. We're going to get Rasheed Rice back. We're going to get Malik Neighbors back. We're going to get Nico Collins back. Saying all his guys are coming back. Then we get the report Nico Collins week to week. And then you sprinkle on Rasheed Rice possibly out for the season. I wish, Danny, that I got to play you this week. When do we play each other? When are we playing each other? Week 6, I play Corey. Week 7, I play Sal. Week 8, Badaki. Week 9, I have a bye week against Joe. Week 10, okay. Week 10, let's see what Danny's going to be rocking with. We'll have Nico Collins back in at that point. Jonathan Brooks will probably be ramped up. Malik Neighbors obviously will be back. Yeah, I don't play in week 10. Gross. Gross, gross, gross. But Adonis Abe says Jordan Mason's dynasty value. If I was a contending team, I'd happily pay a second. Obviously, he's not worth a first. Danny, who would you rather have rest of season as the resident Cowboys fan? In a full PPR format, would you rather have Lamb or Chase? Danny, would you rather have Lamb or Chase? Nico is out. They say week to week. So how I take that with Nico Collins, probably have him out week 6, 7, maybe 8. But yeah, I'd assume that Nico Collins misses probably about 2 weeks. Similar to like the timeline that maybe A.J. Brown had. Danny says Lamb by hair, both are elite. Honestly, what this has told me this year is I want one of the top 6 receivers. Anchor wide receiver was the way to go this year, at least in underdog drafts. But let's move this over. Let's answer some more of the questions through the site. We're not that backed up with questions at all. If you wanted to get yours in, we can definitely get to them. Again, if you wanted to ask any questions, go to flockfantasy.com, hit the expert advice button in the top right corner. You can ask a team review, trade question, start set question, whatever you're wanting. But let's move this over and let's get to our next questions that we have. Our next question is going to be a team review from Jigsaw's Traps. I will say way back in the day, my ex-girlfriend and I went through and watched, what are these movies called? The Jigsaw movies? What are the Jigsaw movies called? In the chat. Not Scary Movie. I have no idea. Saw, okay, we watched all the Saws, and it was tough. It was tough. But anyway, just wondering if there's any way I can make the team better. We are 3-2. So sadly, we lost this past week. We were 3-1. We are number 1 in the league analyzer, which obviously we love to see. Now, with that being said, we are definitely really even with a lot of these other top teams. So it's not like we just have an absolute juggernaut, but a lot better than being one of the teams here near the bottom for damn sure. Now, going over to what we have with the squad, currently at quarterback, we have Love and Geno. So obviously, you've had a ton of passing volume in Seattle, a little more than I was expecting this year, to be honest. But both quarterbacks look like they were at the rush spot, probably playing Love over Geno most weeks. But I'm not going to fault you at all if you wanted to go through and if you wanted to play the matchups between these two quarterbacks going into the future. I'm looking at running back. This is one of the very rare instances where if you could get an absolute haul for Jordan Mason, I think you could, because we are extremely strong at running back at the top. We have Breece, Connor, Mason, Brooks, Braylon Allen, Bucky Irving. So we also have plenty of depth as well. And because this is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format where we have all the depth in the world, I actually think you could afford to go through, and I think you could afford to potentially sacrifice some of this depth to get the upgrades inside the starting lineup, particularly in a league where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. Now, going over to what we have at tight end, we are sitting with Mark Andrews. And honestly, I think that this could be an interesting spot to go ahead and upgrade, knowing that at tight ends, the tight end position is going to make up a higher percentage of our lineup from a week-to-week perspective in a league where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex in comparison to a league where you are starting multiple flex spots or at minimum 3 wide receivers every week. So if you could potentially go through and say, sell Jordan Mason and get back Trey McBride, get back Brock Bowers, get back Kelsey, specifically with your roster, I wouldn't fault you for doing so. And then going over to wide receiver, obviously you're in a spot where the Nico Collins injury does hurt, but at the same time, I mean, you could reasonably say, oh, okay, well, it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex. We're starting Ayuk, DJ Moore, Higgins. Hell, Brian Thomas Jr. is still on our bench. So you have a ridiculous amount of wide receiver depth as well. I actually think this is a team that you don't even have to stop with just trading one of the depth running backs to get an elite tight ends. Because this is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format, I actually think that you have the ability to get the elite level quarterback in here as well. Where if you potentially wanted to go through and if you wanted to send, say, I don't know, Brian Thomas and Jordan Love, I would say obviously we would rather trade Deontay Johnson. I just think that Deontay is going to be a harder player to sell now if you're looking at how this offense looks in Carolina. But if you could sell like Deontay and Love and pivot over and get the true elite level quarterback, go get Josh Allen, go get Jaden Daniels, go get that quarterback that you're starting every single week that has a crazy ceiling as well. Still, this team would be great at running back. This team would be great at receiver. Like reasonably, you could roll into this next week starting Breece Hall, James Conner, long-term Nico Collins, Brandon Ayuk, and then DJ Moore in the flex or T. Higgins. And then have the elite quarterback in Lamar Jackson, have the elite tight end in Brock Bowers or Travis Kelsey or Trey McBride, and still have plenty of depth where you have Jonathan Brooks down there on the bench, where you have Brian Thomas down there on the bench. You have Bucky Irving on the bench. So even with the Nico Collins injury, I don't think you hold on to the wide receiver depth right now, even if maybe it appears to be a little bit more important than it would otherwise. I definitely think you are still incentivized to go through and make these 2-for-1 deals where we can. You can afford to get the elite tight end. You can afford to get the elite quarterback. You have the best team in this league. And honestly, I think you have to go for it. Now, obviously, we can look for some of these teams with the elite quarterbacks and tight ends. This team has Jalen Hurts, running back 2 and 3 is Brian Robinson, Zach Charbonnet. They possibly need another running back. Hell, they're starting Jamison Williams, Tank Dell potentially this week. And they have Laporta. Go give this team Deontay Johnson, Jordan Love, and go get Jalen Hurts, going over and looking at another team with top end 1 seed. This team has Travis Kelce. However, they only have Najee, Swift, and Carson Steele at running back. Potentially explore Jordan Mason for Travis Kelce with this team. Give them a running back 1. Hell, they have Jaden Daniels as well. See if we can send this team Jordan Mason, Jordan Love, and Deontay Johnson, and see if we can get Daniels and Kelce. Give that team that needs the running back depth and the wide receiver depth what we don't need anymore, and we can afford the elite quarterback and elite tight end because our team's so strong. But I do appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out in some way with this, my friend. But let's move this over to our next question. This is coming out from Thomas. Says, currently 2 and 3. We have Andrews and Pitts at tight end. And then running back, we have Jacobs, Walker, and Bucky. Lamb as our anchor receiver. So we downgrade from London to Jalen Waddle. We move from Dontavian Wicks to upgrade to Pickens. And we get Spears and Kraft to get the job done. I do not make this deal this week. If this team was 4-1, I think you could go ahead and you can make an argument for it. 4-1 roster, we can say, okay, you have the long-term upside with Jalen Waddle. 2 and 3 team. I don't want to fall to 2 and 4. I don't want to trade for the long-term outlook with Waddle once you have Tua back in. I'd rather just have the stud in Drake London, somebody that you are able to start every single week. So to be honest with you, I'd probably stand by London here. If you are selling London, I just want to be getting a better premium to do so, which I don't know if this is the cost that we want. Now, going over to our next team review. This is El Sancho with a massive dono. Thank you so much, my friend. And dear God, there is a juggernaut team in this league that's going to be almost impossible to beat. The Santa Clarita Tweakers has Barkley, Taylor, Neighbors, Wilson, Harrison. Debo, Mixon as their RB3 and wide receiver 4. Puka is their wide receiver 5. Higgins is their wide receiver 6. This is going to be a juggernaut team that's going to be tough to take down. Saying, hey, Mason, somebody offered me Lamb for either Brees or Kyron. What are your thoughts, and do you have any opinions on the team? So I will say it's a 10-team format where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So if you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex, I am definitely going to be wanting to go through and wanting to build around top end running backs and kind of ignore wide receiver depth. Now, of course, top end receivers matter. It's just when we look at the wide receiver depth pieces like Tank Dell and Michael Pittman Jr., specifically in a league where you only start 4 receivers and 1 flex. I think that's, 2 receivers and 1 flex. I think that these guys don't really have the upside to move the needle in a 10-team format. Now, with that being said, there are definitely a couple different plays we can make. One, I like the idea of going and getting CeeDee Lamb for Breece Hall. I think it is a clear upgrade based off the struggles that you are currently looking at with this New York Jets offense. So I would trade Breece for CeeDee Lamb. But once we make this move, we can't just stop there. You are having to go through and you are having to honestly make a couple adjustments. And yes, we have a crazy running back room. The thing is, we trade Breece and we get back in CeeDee Lamb. We still have 2 anchor running backs at the very top with Kyron Williams and Jahmyr Gibbs. We will just have no depth whatsoever at the running back position. So what you would have to do in this instance is you would have to go through and you would have to cut Mike Gesicki. You're never starting Gesicki anyway over either Kincaid or Hawkinson when Hawkinson is healthy. And you'd want to pick up another running back off the waiver wire. Another thing that you could potentially look at doing is you could potentially look at seeing if we can move on from Trevor Lawrence. If Anthony Richardson is going to go this next week, there's probably no scenario in which you play Lawrence over Anthony Richardson. So I think you drop Gesicki right now. You pick up another running back off the waiver wire. If Richardson is good to go, you don't need Lawrence. And we go ahead and we look to cut Lawrence and pick up another running back off the waiver wire because it will be an extremely high priority for us there to make sure that we are optimizing with the best running backs we can get our hands on. Now, going over to what we are looking at when it comes to the CeeDee Lamb trade in particular, I definitely want to get a sense of the team that has CeeDee Lamb and see if we can get it kicked back here. So if they're giving us CeeDee Lamb for the elite running back like Breece Hall, or the top end running back like Breece, they have enough running back depth with their own right to send us a running back in return for one of our receivers. So what I would try asking from them, obviously much easier said than done, but we'll see what they have to say, is if you could potentially sell, say, Breece Hall, get back in CeeDee Lamb, then also send them another wide receiver. Send them somebody like Tank Dell. Send them somebody like Michael Pittman Jr. Send them that wide receiver depth piece. And if we can get back Brian Robinson, immaculate. Or if we can send them Breece Hall and Pittman and Dell, send them that little trio for Lamb and Brian Robinson, I think that would make a lot more sense, specifically for the team where we need the running back depth in return. And at that point, we would have Lamb, DJ Moore, Flowers, and Jameson. So the wide receiver depth here at the bottom is not going to do a ton for us. Now, regardless, we are going to cut Gesicki on this team. And regardless, if Richardson's going to go, I don't necessarily know if we want to have Lawrence. And you could potentially look to pick up a different player than Lawrence if you have an exciting option off waivers. And specifically in a 10-team format, I think you would. But overall, because we have this elite running back room, I think you do have a lot of flexibility. Starting Lawrence this week, starting Kyron this week, starting DJ Moore this week, probably starting Zay Flowers this week. This team's probably 4-1, where we are thinking long-term upside. So I think you are in a really good spot. And clearly we need to get an upgrade inside the starting lineup if we want to have any shot to take down the juggernaut here. This is the main thing that we have to focus our attention on. But really do appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this, my friend. But of course, real quick, if y'all wanted a free team review, you can always get that by taking advantage of the offer that we have with Underdog Fantasy. Or if you go over to Underdog Fantasy, which is the link in the description and the live chat, and use promo code FLOCK, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, with promo code FLOCK, you will also be getting that free Patrick Mahomes pick for tonight, more than less than half a total yard. And you will get a free team review in the live streams that we are doing every single night. So just make sure you take advantage of that with the link in the live chat and the link in the description. But let's move this over to our next question. This one coming out from Jordan. Says, in the other question, I said Bucky, I meant Bigsby. Team is 2-3. What are your thoughts on the squad? So here, Breece to Gibbs, clear upgrade. Ingram to McBride, clear downgrade. We're paying Harrison to get it done. I think you're probably paying a little bit too much here. To be honest, I don't particularly remember what we're doing here with Bucky versus Bigsby. I'm definitely more excited about Bucky than I would be Tank Bigsby, to be honest. But yeah, team looks great. I think you're maybe just giving up a little bit too much value with Harrison. And if instead of selling like Breece and Harrison, you could go Jacobs and Harrison. Or instead of Breece and Harrison, you could go Breece and like Brian Thomas would be a no-brainer. But yeah, I don't know if we want to trade Harrison away with Breece here. Now moving this over to our next trade. This is Malik Neighbors versus Amon-Ra St. Brown. Give me St. Brown. St. Brown's through his bye. St. Brown's in the much better offense. Both are absolute target hogs in their respective offenses, but I'd rather have the guy getting passes from Jared Goff, and you have such a large sample of dominance from Amon-Ra St. Brown. Now, Neil coming out with a massive donor for a team review. Appreciate you, my friend. This is a 14-team league. Hook 'em horns. Hey, check this out. Check this out. If you're coming in with the hook 'em, look what we got yesterday. Rolling with the Arch Manning UT jersey. Tell me that is not awesome. We'll full screen this. We'll full screen this. I have a diabolical Halloween costume we're cooking up. Diabolical. But anyway, appreciate you. Going to be excited to check this out, my friend. We are the Evil Empire. Typically, Evil Empire, obviously, very, very strong name if we are a team at the top. Now, for the team at the bottom of the league analyzer, we are getting crushed. Hookem, 14th pick, Puka 14, Barkley 15. Pulled off 3 trades so far this year. After weeks 4 and 5, we traded Brooks, Addison for Pollard. Hawkinson. Oh, we got Hawkinson as well. Thank God we got Hawkinson as well. Lockett for Tank Dell. Definitely rather have Tank Dell. JSN and Javonte for Devontae and Bigsby. Like that. Madison crushed the 4-0 team this week. So now we're 2-3. What else can I do? I'm known as the fleecer. That is funny, my friend. Well, if you are looking at the league analyzer, there are 4 teams here near the top. Then we have that fall off to everybody else afterwards. But it is a pretty even league here. So being 2-3, it is a spot where obviously it's a lot better than 1-3, but you are still prioritizing upside in this lineup right this second. You need to go through, you need to get somebody that is going to be able to be a short-term fill-in play, particularly with the depth, because it is a 14-team format. We have Burrow. Obviously, Burrow has been absolutely crushing it. Joe Burrow is a top 7 quarterback for me, so I think he's a high-end QB1 in a 14-team league. Probably have him more so as a mid QB1 in a 12-team format. But regardless, super excited about it. Going over to running back, we have Barkley, Tony Pollard, Javonte Williams. So we have the elite RB1 here with Saquon Barkley. The anchor, Tony Pollard, is very easily a top 28 running back. So if we are looking at Pollard here, we have, a locked and loaded RB2. Javonte could be an RB2 in a 14-team format, so the running back room is diabolical. Going over to wide receiver, we have all the long-term upside. Maybe we get Puka Nacua back in week 7. Maybe he comes back in week 8. I don't know. But we will get Puka back in the long term. Maybe we get Tua back in week 8. Maybe he comes back in week 9. I don't know. But we will get Tua back in the long term. That'll help Jalen Waddle. Obviously, Puka Nacua, when healthy, is probably a top 14 receiver. And in that instance, we possibly have 2 wide receiver 1s. If Jalen Waddle has Tua, we possibly have 3 low-end wide receiver 1s, high-end wide receiver 2s in a 14-team league. JSN wide receiver 4 in a 14-team league is great. Dell wide receiver 5 in a 14-team league is great. Even in a 14-team format, the viability of Jacoby Myers does make sense. Now, going over to Freddie Swain, I'm sorry. I have no idea why he is showing up at the league analyzer. I know that we have seen a couple teams, for whatever reason, say that they have Freddie Swain. If you're in this live chat right now, if you could tell me, like, hey, we have, I have this player, but for whatever reason, he's not showing up. Maybe our player IDs on the back end, I can send this to the developers, are swapping Freddie Swain with another guy. So if there's somebody that you're missing, please let me know. Going over to tight end, we have Hawkinson in the long term. We have K-Dot in the play in the short term. So yeah, this is a team with a ton of value for the long term. In the short term, I am a little bit concerned because obviously we have no Puka. Waddle is going to be much worse with no Tua. So in the short term, it's not a super exciting situation. Neil says Cam Akers, I think. Okay, that's good to know. Thank you for letting me know that. And let me know, please, Neil, do you have any questions with this team specifically? Because looking at the squad, to be honest with you, I don't really see much to do. Because it's a 14-team format, I'm okay with us rostering this much wide receiver depth, particularly when we're dealing with the injuries at the top. And like we have no Puka, we have no Waddle this week. So the wide receiver depth actually does matter here. As we get Puka back in, as we get Tua back in for Waddle, then at that point, I'm definitely thinking that we are prioritized to go through and sell like JSN and Pollard and go get a running back upgrade and backfill another running back from the waiver wire. But since it's a 14-team format, those 2-for-1 deals are a little bit less appealing in general because the waiver wire option is going to be worse. We are already kind of backloading our production here with some of these wide receivers anyway, so we need the short-term plug-and-play guys regardless. So you're saying, is JSN and Javonte fine to give up for Devontae Adams, Tank Bigsby, and Alexander Madison? So Devontae Adams over JSN rest of season. Javonte, Bigsby, and Madison, give me Javonte. I think that this deal is okay. My issue with it is you're 2-3. We're waiting on Puka. We're waiting on Waddle. So if we get Adams in and all of a sudden we're waiting on Devontae Adams, what are we starting over the next few weeks? Are we going through and starting Devonta Smith, Tank Dell, Jacoby Myers? Like, I don't necessarily know if we want to be going after Devontae Adams, to be honest. If you were 4-1, I definitely think you could. But specifically here on a 2-3 team, I don't know if I love that price in a 14-team format. You're saying, should we do Pollard and Dell or Waddle for Mixon? I would love to go Pollard and Dell for Mixon, even in this instance in which we need to go through and we need to, I don't know. We need to think about short-term upside. You could have Joe Mixon back in this week. And if you were to get Mixon in back this week, then all of a sudden you were just absolutely crushing. I don't know if I love the price point with Waddle there, but particularly Dell, if you can. I think it makes sense. But obviously, once we get Puka back in, once Waddle is a must-start guy every single week as well, then at that point, it does make a ton of sense for us to go through and for us to trade one of those depth receivers and go get a running back upgrade and bring in another running back off the waiver wire. I just don't know if that's the play to make today because we have the long-term setup at wide receiver. And at the same time, we are looking at what we have with depth requirements because it's a 14-team format. So I appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way here, my friend. But Tommy says, can you do the free team review if Underdog isn't available in your state? No, you can't. You can get a free team no matter what. So to get a team review, one, if you want it for completely free through flockfantasy.com, go through Underdog, make the $10 deposit. You can obviously purchase a team review directly through flockfantasy.com with the expert advice. But if you like all the tools that we have on the site, to be honest with you, instead of spending the $79 on a team review, I would just get an annual Mother Flocker subscription with code FLOCK. And then you get a free team review voucher every single year, and you get a bunch of added bonuses with the subscription anyway. So I wouldn't recommend anybody to purchase a team review flat up, straight out. I would definitely try to take advantage of one of the promos. The team review is priced in a way to incentivize you to take advantage of the promos, because obviously when we're streaming 5 hours every day, if we put team reviews for $10, I would either have one of two things happening. One, I would not be able to spend nearly as much time per team, or two, I would be streaming for 24 hours a day, which just isn't reasonable. So if you wanted the team review, definitely either go through Underdog, make the $10 deposit, or get the annual subscription with promo code FLOCK. And that way you get the free team review voucher. Plus you get a bunch of other stuff for just a little bit more. But obviously you're more than welcome to purchase a team review. I'm just letting you know, like if I was in your shoes, I probably would not. I would probably just either get the annual subscription or I would get the, do the $10 team review through Underdog. But let's move this over. And also, if you have any subscription to flockfantasy.com, if you use code FLOCK, which is my promo code, you also get 30% off any questions you ever ask to me. And if you use code FLOCK as well, you'll get 30% off any subscription. Now, let's move this over. This is one of those free team review vouchers through Underdog Fantasy. Going to be excited to check out the squad. Carpe Diem says, I'm still holding on to Andrews and Stevenson, but would love your advice on the roster changes and upgrades. Okay, so let's check this out. This is a team where we are currently sitting second in the league analyzer. There are 3 teams here that are pretty far ahead of the rest of the league, and then you have that significant drop-off. We are in one of those 3 teams. We are currently 2-2. We have Jordan Love, Geno Smith at quarterback. I believe this is a 12-team format. So 12-team format, completely fine with these 2 QBs. Of course, they don't have a ton of rushing upside, but you are seeing a ridiculous amount of passing volume. Like, I wouldn't be surprised really at all here if Jordan Love ends up leading the NFL in passing touchdowns from a per game perspective or passing yards from a per game perspective. Like, that is in the range of outcomes. But obviously the ceiling is just going to be a little bit capped if you're going to be comparing him to other quarterbacks that have the rushing upside, comparing him to somebody like Lamar Jackson, comparing him to somebody like Jalen Hurts. But quarterback, we can get away with this. Going over to running back, we have Gibbs, Mixon, Stevenson, and Bucky. So very comfortable running back room. We have a top end RB1. We have another solid RB1 when healthy with Joe Mixon. Ramondre Stevenson, Bucky Irving, fine depth pieces here to have on the bench. Obviously, in a bye week or with an injury, you can go through and start them. Like, we probably started Bo Stevenson and Bucky Irving this past week. We got lucky with the Stevenson touchdown. But obviously the main thing too is, like, in the case of Bucky Irving, you do have the hidden upside where if Rachaad White were to go down, then all of a sudden Bucky Irving kind of turns into being a player that you're starting every single week. Now, going over to wide receiver, we're looking at Amon-Ra St. Brown, Nico Collins. So we have 2 top 10 receivers in the long term. In the short term, obviously, we are dealing with the Nico Collins injury, which puts us in a very difficult position because some of these other receivers down on the bench are long-term assets for us as well, where Keon Coleman's not a player that you're super excited about for right this second, but Keon Coleman, we're excited about the long-term outlook that you could have, especially if there's more passing volume here in Buffalo. This is a league where you can start 4 receivers weekly as well. So the depth is going to matter a little bit more. So since the depth matters a little more here at receiver, we are on the struggle bus with the Nico Collins injury. And honestly, because this is a league where you can start 4 receivers weekly, I don't think it makes sense for us to go ahead and trade one of these wide receiver depth pieces. You can't trade Jameson. You can't trade Downs. You can't trade Keon. Going over to tight end, we have Komet Mark Andrews. I personally, with my team, would probably cut Mark Andrews here. I would probably just say, hey, we're streaming tight ends. Hey, I'm throwing in the towel. We're streaming tight ends. Maybe Komet's a viable streamer that you're excited about weekly. I think the reality is you're probably just going to be churning the bottom end of your team consistently. If you had the ability to upgrade at quarterback, I would like to, if we could pivot over to one of those elite quarterbacks that have the rushing upside. But specifically with your team here, I don't think that's going to be the case. With your team here, I think you're actually going to have to probably hold on to the depth pieces to get through the injury of Mixon, to get through the injury of Nico Collins, to get through these bye weeks. And then maybe at that point, we could go through and we can revisit things. But for how this stands right now, I think that you're going to be sitting on your hands. I wish that I had more for you. I wish I was able to help you out in some way, but I do think that you're just kind of put in an awkward spot because of the injuries that we have to Nico Collins and Mixon, and the fact that depth is more important in this league. I think you're just going to be holding on to these guys and not really looking to do much, but I really do appreciate you. I really hope that I was able to help you out in some way here. And as always, if there is anything I can do for you, don't hesitate to reach out to me and let me know. I'd be super happy to help you any way that I can. But let's move this over to our next question. This is all the way through. This is Harrison versus Jameson, Stephon Diggs. Oh, this is Marvin Harrison for me. I understand that Diggs obviously gets the bump up with the Nico Collins injury. But at the same time, Harrison's rookie wide receiver, elite prospect, averaging 8 targets a game over the past 4 weeks. I think it is an easy spot to just go through and say Harrison's going to continue to improve as the season goes on. If these league settings are filled out correctly, it's a linked league, so it looks like it's a 10-team format as well. Get the best player, get Harrison. Now, Brady Nielsen coming out with a trade. This is Taylor, Brees, Flowers versus Kamara, Debo, and Higgins. So going from Taylor to Kamara, upgrade. Flowers to Debo, upgrade. Brees to Higgins, downgrade. I think Kamara is the best player in this deal. But I still probably go Taylor, Brees. Can y'all please spam the chat? Would y'all rather have the Brees side of this or the Kamara side? Would you be willing to downgrade from like Brees to Debo if that meant you upgraded from Taylor to Kamara and Flowers to Higgins? Would you rather the Brees and Taylor or the Zay Flowers side of this? Brees, Kamara, 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 Brees, Brees, Kamara, Kamara, Brees. Kamara, Kamara, Brees, Kamara, 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 Brees. So it does look like most people are saying Alvin Kamara. Brees, Brees, Kamara, Brees, Kamara, Brees, Brees, Brees. It's really close. I think it's a 50-50 deal. If we could say keep Zay Flowers and trade Taylor, Brees for Kamara, Debo, Higgins, I'd be more excited about this. I'd be more excited about this one instead. Or maybe if you wanted to keep Brees and have them keep Debo. I'd way rather do the other two deals if possible. It's another trade from Brady Nelson says, my team is Saquon, Brees, JT, okay, and Bijan. So this is Saquon, Bijan, Brees, JT. Wide receivers were nuts too. So this is one of those leagues where you only care about having the best player in the deal. If this is the setup where it's a league where we only really care about having the best player in the trade, I'm definitely more willing to go out there and pay up for Kamara. What I would prefer to do here rather than give up Brees and Bijan is I would rather keep Bijan and they can keep Debo, Godwin, and see if we can go like Brees, Flowers, Hunt for Kamara. If this is a league where we are so loaded that the only thing that matters is getting the best asset in. I'd be more excited about a move like that, to be honest. But I think we have some more questions from Brady Nelson. Or is this the same one? This is the same one, I believe. So let me go through and refresh this, and we'll get back and answer some more of the questions in the chat. And dear God, we got to fix this. Are you kidding me? Nobody let me know that Texas hat was not showing proudly. But please let me know in the live chat if you have any questions. Be happy to answer as many as I can. Matthew says, yo, so we have Fields my starter. Who do we drop between Darnold, Rodgers, or both? I drop Rodgers. Darnold going into this past week was leading the NFL in passing touchdowns. Obviously not assuming that that's going to be the case going all the way into the future, but Darnold definitely has flashed a better profile than Rodgers so far this year. Yes, I'm going to be wearing this hat a bunch. I'm excited about our new hat. Excited about the new hat. Excited about the new jersey. Honestly, let's fire it up for the rest of the stream. Let's get it going. Let's get it going for the rest of the stream. Okay. Let's see. Arturo says Devonta Smith for Garrett Wilson. I'd rather have Wilson. Like, I have Smith on my team. I'd trade him for Wilson in a heartbeat. Okay. Peter says, how are you doing? Do you get enough sleep? I slept in a ton this morning. I slept a lot. The sad thing is, with the 5-hour streams, what is gone, and I have a 50-mile ultra marathon in less than a month. It's November 2nd, so I should be working out a bunch, but I have not been able to work out much at all. So it's a little scary. I should be on the bike, should be swimming, I should be running, should be lifting some weights, but haven't been able to do much. Braid says I did a team review and said, sorry. No worries, my guy. I'm going to definitely get to a team review. We have more questions to get through on the site. Just trying to answer more questions in the chat. Kyle says Breece Hall for Kenneth Walker. I would probably still... I don't know. If you look at my rankings rest of season, we have these guys pretty much back to back. I can go ahead. I can pull this up for you here. Rest of season... Ooh, those are experts. Sorry, let's pull up mine. I have Walker at RB8. I have Breece at RB7. 19 and 20th overall in our rankings. They're extremely close. I think it's up to you. We got Walker. Everybody in the chat saying Walker. But yeah, I have them back to back. I think it's a personal preference thing. Justice traded for Jamar Chase 2 weeks ago in both my leagues. One shining late through injuries. Love to hear it. BNC says, what's your favorite real life team? Sadly, I do not have a favorite real life team. I've talked about this a bunch, but I'm very weird in that I started watching NFL games because I was playing fantasy football. Like, I got into fantasy football before I got into watching NFL games. I grew up in San Antonio, so we didn't have an NFL team either. So from the second that I started caring about football, I started caring about my fantasy team more than I did a real life team. I moved to Tampa for a year back like 3 years ago, and I tried rooting for the Bucs, but I couldn't do it. I root for our Longhorns because I went there. So I have at least a connection to our Longhorns. But Christian says trade Jalen Hurts or Daniels for Bijan. If you have both quarterbacks, I would trade Daniels for Bijan. If you have two elite quarterbacks, then one for Bijan. Definitely. Vince says, is Charles Barkley right about San Antonio woman? Yes, he is. It's not just the women in San Antonio. It's the men, too. It's everyone in San Antonio. Adrian says, Kirk Cousins or Geno Smith. I mean, honestly, they're both just streaming options. What I would do is, neither as rushing upside. You're both banking on the passing volume for either one. I would just go ahead. I would play the matchups between the two QBs. Like, there's no world I'm picking up Kirk Cousins or Geno Smith and saying, this is my guy every single week through the rest of the year. Obviously, kind of sounds crazy in saying that when Kirk Cousins coming off a game where he just had 500 passing yards. So I wouldn't fault you if you do it, but just personally, I want it. Okay. Now, let's move this over. Everything is bigger in Texas. I'm in Austin. People in Austin are a little skinnier. But yeah. Everything's bigger in Texas for sure. Nork says, when are you making your Kill Tony debut? Actually, two Mondays from now. I'm not going to be able to live stream because we'll be the guest on Kill Tony, but don't tell anybody. Let's see. Amita says, are Jordan Love and Justin Fields streamers? I think no. Jordan Love and Justin Fields are both players that deserve a spot on your roster every week. I definitely think you can play the matchups between the two of them, but there's no world in which I'm going through and dropping Jordan Love to the waiver wire. Okay. But let's move this over. And of course, I'm not actually on Kill Tony, I wish. But let's move this over and let's answer some more of the questions through the site. Of course, if you ever wanted to get a guaranteed answer, you'd always go through flockfantasy.com. If you hit that button in the top right corner, expert advice, you can ask a team review, trade question, start sit question, whatever you're wanting between the three of these. And yeah, of course, if you want that team review, definitely what I'd recommend. The cheapest way to get it is go over to Underdog Fantasy, where if you go over to Underdog with the link in the description or the live chat and use promo code FLOCK, you'll get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, on top of that, you'll be getting a free Patrick Mahomes pick, more than less than half a total yard for the game tonight. And if you wanted that free team review over there on flockfantasy.com, just make sure that you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your Underdog Fantasy account. That way I know who to hook up with that free team review voucher. But K-Bait coming out. This is Debo and Jameson versus Diggs. Give me Debo and Jameson. If Nico Collins was out for the year, then I definitely think we could consider the Stephon Diggs side. But with Nico Collins out like 2 weeks, just give me Debo. Now moving this over for a Brady Nelson with a bunch of trade questions and now a freaking massive dono. Really appreciate you. I'm going to be super excited to check this team out. Saying I'm 2-3 and panicked. We need some help. What's the move? What do I do? So this is listed as if it's a dynasty league. I am assuming that this is maybe a redraft format. Can you let me know in the live chat? Is this a redraft league or is this a dynasty league? Is this a keeper league? What is this? I'm assuming it's probably a keeper league where we should be looking a little more in the short term, not the long term. And if that is the case, honestly, ignore the league analyzer because it's pulling in the dynasty values for you right now. But please let me know in the chat. Is this it's a one-player keeper? Okay, yeah, with this being a one-player keeper, we just treat it as if it's a redraft format. So I'm very sorry that this is pulling in dynasty values. Definitely not applicable. Definitely going to be focusing on what we're going to be getting this year because you'll always have a player that you're willing to keep. So we never really think about long-term upside in one-player keeper. And looking at quarterback, we have Jaden Daniels. With Daniels, obviously, you're starting him every single week, regardless of the matchup. I mean, he is my QB 3 rest of season in redraft. A top 3 quarterback with all the rushing upside in the world. Don't need to roster another. Going over to running back, this is a nutso team. When you sent the trade questions and you listed out the players on your roster, I was just kind of assuming that it was like a 6-team league or an 8-team format. To see that we have this running back room in a 10-team league is just absolutely insane. Right now at running back, we have Breece Hall, Bijan Robinson, Jonathan Taylor. We presumably have 3 top 10 running backs rest of season. Now, is Breece the running back 1 overall? Is Bijan the number 2 running back overall? What you possibly thought they were going to be coming into the year? No, they're not. But we have freaking Saquon Barkley as well. So never mind. We're adding on. We have 4 top 10 running backs. Going over to Brooks, we have a quality RB5 here. Braylon Allen, RB6. Kareem Hunt, RB7. Trey Sermon, RB8. Going over to wide receiver, we have 2 top 10 receivers rest of season with St. Brown and Malik Neighbors. We have Brian Thomas popping here. We have Zay Flowers. People in the chat saying, yeah, this is a 2-team league. There's no way this is a 10-team league. This is a 10-team league. We can go look at the team here at the bottom and see what they're rolling with. Team is Henry Jones, Harrison, Diggs, Amari. But regardless, this is a monstrous squad. So what I would be looking to do here is very simple. I know that you were sending the Alvin Kamara trade ideas. I don't even know. What can we? We even have the elite time. We even have McBride and Kincaid. Brooks is somebody that has the upside to never hit your starting lineup in this league. Hook 'em horns, but Brooks will never do anything for your team. If we can take Jonathan Brooks and Brian Thomas and go get a wide receiver upgrade, let's do it. Or even Jonathan Brooks and Malik Neighbors. Go get Chase. Go get Lamb. Go get Jefferson. We already have St. Brown, so we can't get St. Brown. Let's go do that. Kareem Hunt's another player that will never, ever hit your starting lineup here. So same thing. If you can take Hunt and go make a 2-for-1 deal where we get a slight upgrade over Zay Flowers. We go Kareem Hunt and Zay Flowers, get DJ Moore. We go Kareem Hunt and Zay Flowers, or maybe Jonathan Brooks, Zay Flowers, go get Harrison. We go ahead and make that play. The last thing we could point out here as well is if you could potentially go through and if you could trade for future picks with this being a keeper league, I wouldn't mind you saying, obviously, I'm not keeping Jonathan Brooks. Obviously, Jonathan Brooks here being my running back 6 in this league. If I can sell Jonathan Brooks and go get some exciting future picks here, maybe that's something that you look at doing, given the fact that we could set ourselves up to have a dominant team down the road while not eating into our ability to contend right now. So honestly, I think those are the main things that we would look to do if possible. If you could potentially go through and make those minor deals to upgrade over Brian Thomas, to upgrade over Zay Flowers, we would. And if not, if you could trade the depth players that really have no impact with our team to contend this year and maybe pick up future picks, that's another thing to consider. But yeah, I mean, if this team has more value literally just in its running back room than my entire team has on its entire roster. So I don't have much that I'm able to help you out with here, my friend. Wish I did. But let's move this over to Straw Mark. Says, hey, Mason, looking for advice on trade targets based on my roster. Ideally in a 2-for-1 to go for a running back or receiver. Thoughts on Breece and do I handcuff? And thoughts on Chubb. Should I be targeting CMC since we have Jordan Mason? We'll be 3-2 after this week with a couple bad losses early on. So let's pull this up. First thing to point out is this is a team that you are starting 2 receivers and 1 flex. So it's a team where the depth doesn't matter much. And instead, we should just be chasing the highest ceiling possible. So specifically with this being the case, and at the same time, I don't know. You being 3-2 where we can afford looking for the long-term upside. In my mind, yes, McCaffrey would be an interesting trade target here. With that being said, it looks like we can throw players that are just out on the IR, but we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bench spots, 2 IR slots. So we should be able to roster a considerable amount of options, but we are going to have to bring up Nick Chubb and Devontae Adams from the IR relatively soon. But starting off at quarterback, we have Mahomes. Obviously, Mahomes looked like he was an elite quarterback previously. At this point, it is very difficult to say that is going to be the case. And now you don't have the rushing upside. The passing volume is probably not going to be there. They want to run the ball, and you have no Rice, and you have no Hollywood. So yeah, in general, it would be nice to upgrade a quarterback if we can. Going down to the bench, we don't have another one. The issue is nobody's going to give you anything from Mahomes right now. Maybe we get a spike week tonight. Going over to wide receiver, we have London in. And actually, looking at this, this is a non-PPR format. Thank God we know this. London only scores 21 points this week off the 154 receiving yards, receiving touchdown, and 12 receptions. So non-PPR format, having the elite quarterback is going to make all the difference in the world, because in a non-PPR league, their quarterback's going to make up a higher percentage of your lineup from a week-to-week perspective. Going over to running back, I actually prefer building around running backs in a non-PPR format as well. We have Breece, Jordan Mason, Kareem Hunt. Going down to the bench, we have Rico Dowdle, Chase Brown. Love to see that. And then going down to the bench even further, we have Emmanuel Wilson. We have Nick Chubb coming. So I really like the running back room in a non-PPR format. What I think you could potentially look to do, particularly when we have the top end breakout for somebody like Drake London here, is if you could potentially take, say, one of our depth receivers, like if you could package Josh Downs, Michael Pittman, and Mahomes and go pivot over to Lamar Jackson, Jaden Daniels, Jalen Hurts, Josh Allen, any of the top 4 quarterbacks in a non-PPR format, I think that would make a ton of sense. Tight end Kittle. Obviously, we're chilling with Kittle every single week. Don't have to make any adjustments here whatsoever. Looking at if there's anything else that you could potentially do. I like that we're building around running back depth. I think you cut Mike Williams, particularly in a non-PPR format where you don't necessarily have to worry too much about the floor of these receivers and we're just chasing upside, upside, upside. Like, we're never really playing Mike Williams here. We need to make some spots for Davante Adams and Chubb to come off. So in a non-PPR format, I like the team. I like the running backs that we're built around. My only thing is, I think it would make sense for you to go ahead and for you to potentially try to upgrade quarterback in a non-PPR format, where if you can sell the depth receivers, get an upgrade over Patrick Mahomes, we would do just that. And I don't really think that there's anything else that we would look to do. But that 2-for-1 deal should open up a roster spot. Then we cut Mike Williams, and then we're able to bring Davante Adams and Nick Chubb as well. But yeah, I don't even think you go for running back or receiver. I think you're in a great spot, and I would go for quarterback. Now, trade question coming out from NF Greco. This is Sutton, Reed, Brian Robinson versus Worthy, Jonathan Taylor. So going from Reed to Taylor, upgrade. Sutton to Worthy, upgrade. We're paying Brian Robinson to get it done. Honestly, yes, I would do this. Jaden Reed through the first 4 weeks had an 18% team target share. He's not an alpha wide receiver one. Obviously, big play upside. Obviously, very good offense with Jordan Love. But I have him as a high-end wide receiver 2, not a wide receiver 1. So I think this is a very reasonable price to go out there and pay up for the stud running back like Taylor, who's another week into this injury and possibly a little closer to returning here. Now, let's move this over and answer some of the questions that we have in the live chat real quick. If you have any questions, please drop in the chat. We'd be happy to try to get to as many as we possibly can. I can't really find any questions in here. Does anybody have any questions? Elliot says, got Brees for DK and McLaurin. Great trade. Somebody says, drop Mahomes for Flacco. For the love of God, no. Do not do that. Jefferson for Bijan. Give me Jefferson. Would you rather have Etienne, Jameson, Garrett Wilson, or Neighbors in Dynasty? Neighbors in Dynasty. I think Neighbors is the best option in the short term. And I think Neighbors is the best option in the long term as well. Okay. But we'll move this back over. It looks like we didn't have too many questions in the chat. We'll get some more going on the site. And let me definitely, before we dive into the other team reviews on the site, answer the start-sit questions that we have. Perez says, who has the higher ceiling? 99% chance they lose, but I'm up by 2. He has Kelsey and Olave left to play. Spam the chat. Who do you think has the highest ceiling here? I'm going to go Worthy because I think that there are potentially more points. I think there are more points scored in KC than there are in New Orleans. So if I'm chasing the highest ceiling possible, that guy for me will be Xavier Worthy. Maybe, just maybe, as an expanded role here with no Rashee Rice. Maybe we see more targets in. Yeah, it looks like most people in the chat are saying Worthy as well. Okay, so let's move this over. This is a trade question that we have from Kavig. This is Dallas Goedert, Nico Collins versus Justin Jefferson. Oh, give me Justin Jefferson with the Nico Collins injury. I mean, Dallas Goedert is going to be a lot less appealing now that you have the combo of both A.J. Brown and Devonta Smith back in. So now that you have both back in, move Goddard down, and Jefferson clearly should crush. And I think maybe that's all we have for the site in terms of the start, sit, and trade questions. Let me pull it back up again, see if we have anything. We have another start, sit question coming out from Chief Reefer. It says, drop in Wicks to get Brown out of the IR slot. Who else should we try to get off waivers? I don't know what players we have on our waiver wire here. Out of the guys that we would drop, here are the quickest drops for me. Wicks, then probably Jerome Ford, to be honest. As if you assume that you're not starting Jerome Ford with this team with how good it is. And we're assuming you get Chubb back either this week or next week. So if we don't need the short-term production for Ford and we're about to get the long-term value drop off, like if Chase Brown's sitting out there on the waiver wire for you, and you can go ahead and drop Jerome Ford and pick up Chase Brown, I definitely would. Now, I hope that was able to help you out. And of course, if you ever wanted to get any questions through the site, you can always go over to the top right corner, expert advice, hit that button, team review, trade question, starts a question. If you wanted that team review, definitely go to Underdog Fantasy, use promo code FLOCK. And if you use promo code FLOCK on Underdog, you're going to be getting a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, you'll be getting that free Patrick Mahomes pick, more than less than half a total yard for the game tonight. And you'll get a free team review over there on flockfantasy.com. Just make sure that you use promo code FLOCK when you sign up to Underdog Fantasy. Make that $10 deposit and set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your account on Underdog Fantasy. But let's move this over for feta cheese. Excited to dive into the squad. Sorry we skipped over it for just a second, but this is Don't Touch Down. What is it? Don't Touch Down there. Actually, pretty good team name that I've not heard before. We see a lot of team names. This is the first year that I've been able to see and judge all of your team names. And it's one of the more clever puns that we've seen. Okay. So anyway, this is a team where we are right now 4th in the league analyzer. Not necessarily a spot where we're crushing, but not a spot that we need to be worried really much at all. Here, quarterback, we currently have Kyler Murray and Joe Flacco. A quarterback in Kyler that you're able to start every single week, regardless of the matchup, based off rushing upside, honestly does allow us to go through and drop Joe Flacco, if we are going to be honest. Going over to what we have at running back, we have James Cook, Jordan Mason. So we have the 2 running back ones in the short term. Obviously, Mason may be a little bit of a concern for the long term, but maybe, just maybe, you get Isaiah Pacheco back in, particularly around the same time that CMC comes back, and we could fill in Mason's production with Pacheco's, and then we are just fine. We have Bucky Irving, Kareem Hunt as quality depth pieces. So yeah, running back room is fine. I'm not going to sit here and act like it's the best running back room in the world. Definitely can afford to build out the depth a little bit more and try to find the next Jordan Mason here. So especially as this is a league where you only start 2 wide receivers in a flex, I would go through and I would drop Joe Flacco in favor of another running back down there off the waiver wire. Going over to what we have at wide receiver, we are currently sitting with Tyreek Hill, Garrett Wilson, DK Metcalf, Brian Thomas, Ladd McConkey, Dontavian Wicks. So long-term, we have 2 top 10 wide receivers here relatively easily with Tyreek Hill as well as Garrett Wilson. Short-term, obviously, Tyreek is much worse. But even if Tyreek is our wide receiver 3 in the short term, still somebody we can consider in the flex spot. And we're still completely fine here at wide receiver where you have DK Metcalf, you have Brian Thomas, you have Ladd McConkey. So we have all the long-term upside. If you could potentially take Evan Ingram and go sell him for a viable running back, if you can go sell Evan Ingram when we have Brock Bowers here and get back somebody like Chase Brown, I would love that move. If you can go ahead and sell somebody like Dontavian Wicks and get back a running back like Rico Dowdle, I would really like that. This is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league where we have the elite quarterback in Kyler and the elite tight end in Bowers. So honestly, I think you can get away with only rostering 1 quarterback and rostering 1 tight end here rest of season. So what I would look to do if possible is move on from the backup quarterback, backup tight end. Clearly Evan Ingram's too good to just cut. We would have to go through and we'd have to try to swing that deal to get that running back depth piece added in. Or maybe you want to go ahead and you want to try to sell Evan Ingram and a running back depth piece in a 2-for-1 deal to get an upgrade at running back rather than Evan Ingram for running back straight up. Regardless, I think that would be the feeler that you're going to put out there. Maybe you wait until Evan Ingram is back and has a decent week, and then at that point, we can feel a little more comfortable about what we're going to get. And then obviously with Dontavian Wicks, hindsight's 2020. It would have been really nice to trade him last week. Definitely looks like it'll be tougher to do so now, but still something that we can explore if you're able to use Dontavian Wicks in a 2-for-1 deal, maybe with Kareem Hunt after this game, depending on what happens, and go get a running back upgrade there. Just particularly because in a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format, you're so strong at wide receiver at the top. Every move that we're looking to make in this format, where it's 10-team leagues, 2 wide receivers, 1 flex, is centered around selling those wide receiver depth pieces and getting that improvement inside the starting lineup if possible. So I think that's what I would be looking to do here, my friend. But obviously drop Flacco. See if we can squeeze some value out of Wicks. See if we can squeeze some value out of Ingram to upgrade the running back depth in the long term, just so we don't have to be concerned about possibly losing out on Jordan Mason here. But let's move this over to our next team. This is going to be not on my Sunday. It's a 10-team PPR super flex, 3 wide receiver, 2 running back, tight end, flex team. Any good trade suggestions, or should we write it out? I was 4-0. Now I'm 4-1 this week. Thank you. Also, this league is season long, no playoffs. So here it is a big deal starting off strong with these strong records, because obviously in a league where you have the fantasy football playoffs, points in weeks 15, 16, 17 do matter a lot more than points in weeks 1, 2, 3, 4. But if it's just season long with no playoffs, I don't know if we can do anything but sell long-term upside and get production in right now. Like quarterback, production right this second is going to be everything. I'm really surprised we have this record knowing the Jordan Love injury, so we are having to start Bo Nix for a couple of weeks. Superflex league where we have Love, Jared Goff. I'm completely fine with Jordan Love, QB1, Jared Goff, QB2. Am I going to sit here and act like it's the best thing in the world? Probably not, right? But I think we are going to be able to get by with this quarterback room. And then obviously Bo Nix, is a starter. We can go through and we can play him during the bye weeks and if we have an injury. This is a league where you can start up to 4 receivers weekly. So the wide receiver depth does matter a little bit more, as well as the running back depth to a certain degree. Running back, we have Kyron Williams, James Cook, Jonathan Brooks, Zach Moss, Braylon Allen, Bucky Irving. So this is a phenomenal RB room in that we have the 2 running back ones that we're able to play in the short term. And at the same time, we have the depth pieces that have the upside to continue to improve here as well. So it's a really comfortable position that you find yourself in at running back. Like it's perfect running back room. Going over to wide receiver is a perfect wide receiver room. It's a wide receiver room in which you can start 4 receivers weekly. And we have Lamb, Neighbors, Nico, Reed. So we're star-studded at receiver. We have Down Sutton. Obviously, if these are our top 4 receivers, these last 2 wide receiver slots on the bottom end, everything that we're doing is just 2-for-1 deals, trying to get an upgrade in the starting lineup by selling these wide receivers that we're able to pick up off the waiver wire. So, if you are able to go through and if you are able to potentially sell Downs and Goff and go get a quarterback upgrade in a Superflex league, it's a no-brainer. If you are able to sell Sutton and Love and go get a slight quarterback upgrade, it's a no-brainer. If you can sell Zach Moss and Jared Goff and go get a QB upgrade, it's a no-brainer. Because we have this kind of depth here, particularly at wide receiver and running back. We have the elite tight end as well, so we only have to roster 1 tight end with Trey McBride. So this is a great team. I don't think that there's really anything that we can be pointing out with this team that is out of the box that, we need to do this to save it. It's a super flex format, super well-balanced format where we are 4-1. We started off 4-0, and now we are improving as we get Brooks back in, as we have Jordan Love back in. So it's already a dominant team that's only getting better from here. So I wish I had more for you, my friend. I really do. But to be honest with you, this is all I got. Again, I really do appreciate you and hope I was able to help you out in some way. But yeah, this is a great team. Great team. Now let's move this over to our next squad. This team is going to be from Gridiron Gumballas. Here, this is a screenshot of, I believe, ESPN. Looking at this, we are currently sitting with, also I will say in an ESPN format, you definitely can afford to go through and, not afford, you can definitely link this with the site. If you have not done so already, please try to link it with the site. If you're having any issues, just go over to the site issue section in the Discord, and the developers would be happy to hook you up with anything that you need. But anyway, it's a double flex format, so depth's going to matter a little bit more here. Quarterback, we have Flacco, but we have Jalen Hurts here in the long term, so we really can drop Flacco. Just go ahead, put Jalen Hurts in coming off the bye week. So quarterback, we're great. I was a little bit concerned here, but great with an elite quarterback with Hurts. Don't need to roster another. Going over to running back, we have Breece, Gibson, Javonte inside the starting lineup, but we have Barkley down there on the bench who was with the bye. So Barkley coming in. Now you get to start Barkley and Breece every single week. So, Breece, maybe you're a little concerned if he's the best player on your team, but having Breece at running back 2 is an absolute no-brainer. Javonte at RB3 is quality depth as well. So running back is extremely strong. Going over to what we have at wide receiver, we have Tyreek, DK. So we have a wide receiver 1 in the long term, wide receiver 2 in the long term. So wide receiver is extremely strong. The depth here is maybe a little questionable in the short term because we have the Puka Nacua injury. But once we get Puka back in, Puka's a wide receiver 3. Like, if you think about this, Breece Hall, round 1 pick. Tyreek Hill, round 1 pick. Saquon Barkley, round 1 pick. Puka Nacua, round 1 pick. Tyreek Hill, round 1 pick. We have like 4 round 1 picks on the squad. Going over to tight end, we have Kyle Pitts, low end tight end 1, but we have TJ Hawkinson here in the long term. Definitely take advantage of your IR slot. Go through and put someone on the IR like Puka Nacua so we can optimize what we have down here on the bench. Second thing is you definitely need to get better about picking our DSTs. Here we're starting the Saints against the Kansas City Chiefs. Really tough spot. And also you are rostering a backup defense as well. So I absolutely love the team, what we have at quarterback, what we have at running back, wide receiver. I would just say at this point, you for sure need to go through and you for sure need to let go of Joe Flacco. Just roll with Jalen Hurts going into the year. Going through the rest of the year. I would choose your favorite defense between the Saints and the Eagles. Only roster one. You're going to go ahead and cut the other. You only roster one defense. Move Puka down to the IR. That should open 3 roster spots up for you, and you should be able to make some plays off the waiver wire to pick up high upside running backs or wide receivers that you're excited about. But I don't know if there's anything else that I can even point out here. I think it's a great team with the talent that you have. I would just change what we're doing at the bottom end of the roster. But I really do appreciate you and hope I was able to help you out in some way. And yeah, again, definitely make sure that you are linking your team with the league. With flockfantasy.com. That way you can take advantage of the free tools that we have there as well. But yeah, great team. And of course, if you wanted that free team review, which hopefully I can give you a little more than I was able to give them, but they have a great team, obviously. You can definitely go take advantage of the offer that we have with Underdog Fantasy. Or if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, with promo code FLOCK, you will get that Patrick Mahomes free pick, more than less than half a total yard for tonight's game as well. And you'll get the free team review through flockfantasy.com. So just make sure that you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your account over there on Underdog Fantasy. That way I know who to hook up with that free team review voucher. But I really do appreciate you. Really hope that I was able to help you out in some way with this. And hope I get to see you out with the live stream after the game tonight, where we'll be recapping everything that happens.